know whether this is going to work. Oh my god, it's actually worked. Okay. Okay, close. Alright. Hello. Hang on, I need to send out the link. I wasn't ready for this. Okay, let me check. Are we public? Because I wasn't sure whether it was, but maybe it is. I don't know. I need to send out a link. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Alright. Alright, so elections. Obviously, some stuff happened overnight, of course, and it's happened across the day. I couldn't do last night. To be honest, I watched some of the early coverage, but I was like, I'm gonna get some sleep. You know, this isn't a general election. You know, this is a local election, obviously, as well. You've got the parliamentary elections, which to me are the most exciting things in Wales, in particular, obviously, especially because that's my home patch. But generally speaking, lots of interesting results going on. Let me just put the link in. Join me to discuss the UK local elections. That'll do. Sorry about this. I wasn't expecting it to just immediately go live. Normally it gives you like a little button to preview, but it didn't this time. So I apologise for that profusely. I don't even know whether anyone's watching yet. I have no idea. If you are, let me know. Because this is obviously the first time on this channel. We will get to it in just a second. Here we are. All right. Boom, 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 boom. So, one bit of housekeeping just quickly is that I will be. I do have construction work going on. So if I do need to step away for a second, that will be why. Oh, right. It's private. That explains it. That's. Oh, I was bloody terrified. Oh, good. Right, and bang. Okay. Hello, welcome. I had a bit of a false start there because I forgot that I was on private. I don't know whether anyone's going to watch this. I have no idea. It's the first time live streaming on this channel. So we've been having the local elections across the UK, as well as obviously the parliamentary elections in Scotland and Wales. Obviously, well, Wales, as far as I can tell, is yet to declare any of its regions yet. So I wanted to go live before that started. Scotland has just started declaring, as far as I can tell, and as I said, England has been reporting throughout the night. I have no idea if anyone's watching this, but if you are, sound off. Let me know if you are in the chat. Yeah, as I said, first time streaming on this channel, so it would be incredible to get any of you in here because I have no idea how this is going to do. What a disaster. Hope you're coping with the news better than me, mate. To be honest, it's about what I expected. I'm still holding out, obviously. I mean, for me at least, the ray of silver lining is Wales. That's the ray of hope for me. Obviously, I live in Wales as well, so it helps for that as well. But obviously, Wales is looking to be, I think, judging by what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing reported, a bigger Plaid victory than perhaps anticipated. It seems to me, at least, like the Plaid vote has really consolidated, mainly as a result of their framing of this election as being between them and Reform. If we just take a look at the results as they currently stand across the country to get a full picture. So, if I go on to, this is the BBC's live coverage so far. Obviously, Reform UK, this is England specifically, because they're the main one that's started declaring. Reform UK sits at 591 council seats. The Liberal Democrats sit on 362. Obviously, Reform gaining 589. It's worth saying that they were literally at the floor at the start of this, because they basically weren't contesting any. I mean, turns out, obviously, 2, given that they gained 589 out of 591. Lib Dems, obviously, 362, up 30. Conservatives, 322, down 271. Labour, 306, down nearly 400 seats now. And the Greens, 121, up 67 seats. So one of the interesting things I saw incredibly early on was basically people kind of saying, "Oh, you know, the green wave or the green hype has been overstated," and I do think that it's important to recognise that still most of their major strongholds have not been delivered yet, have not been declared yet, I should say. The main big win for the Greens I've seen recently, I don't know whether it's on this website or whether I'm going to have to look elsewhere, is the Mayor of Hackney position has gone to a Green. I think it's the first Green Mayor, could be wrong. You can see here as well, in terms of actual councils, Labour has 13, losing so far 11 of the councils it was defending. The Lib Dems have 8, gaining 1. The Conservatives have 6, losing 3, and Reform have 4, obviously gaining 4. But then 9 of them have gone to, like, no overall majority, basically hung, essentially. So, obviously, main takeaways from this so far, horrific results for Labour so far. Obviously, it was expected to be bad. I don't know whether it was expected to be quite this bad. Obviously, we're going to talk a little bit about Wales in a second, because things are getting really spicy over there. But yeah, not good results at all for Labour. And as I said, obviously the big winners being Reform UK, but Greens also making gains, despite the fact that many of their key areas are yet to declare. The Lib Dems putting in a strong performance. And actually, what I find interesting is, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but the Conservative share of the vote doesn't seem to have declined as much as I was maybe expecting it to. I was expecting the Labour vote to decline, not the Labour vote, the Tory vote to decline more. How does Starmer go? I honestly don't know. He is, actually, that's a good point. I should cover that a little bit. He is basically saying, in no uncertain terms, essentially, that he will fight on. He is basically saying that he will stay on. But I've seen a few Labour MPs now calling for his resignation. This was Keir Starmer's statement earlier this morning. Let's take a look. Let me get it up here. Here we go.
And that's what we will do.
On, let me rewind that. Here we go.
I'm not going to walk away and plunge the country into chaos. We were elected to deal with these challenges, and that's what we will do.
Has Ed Miliband asked you to set out a timetable for your departure?
Well, I think Ed Miliband has dealt with this and made absolutely clear that he supports me.
What do you say to those in your party that are really upset with you? They don't think you're getting it and they're calling for your resignation. What do you say to would-be challengers and the party? What's your message?
Well, I think it's very important that we don't sugarcoat these results, so I'm not going to do that. They are tough results, I accept that. They reflect voters who don't feel that their lives have changed enough or quickly enough, and that's been going on for a long time. We were elected to deal with that, and I'm not going to walk away from that responsibility and plunge the country into chaos.
So yeah, he is pretty steadfast in basically saying, I'm not going to resign, like I am going to stay in post. The difficulty is, as I understand it, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, it's more difficult to get rid of a Labour leader than it was the Tories, because the Tories had this thing called the 1922 Committee, where basically they could get rid of leaders a lot easier. No such mechanism in Labour exists. Essentially, I believe you have to have 80 MPs to basically support a challenge to the leadership in order for one to take place. And of course, one of the major issues that Labour are facing at the moment is that there is no one really ready in prime position to take the reins. Because obviously the main kind of contender that we've heard about is Andy Burnham, of course. Andy Burnham is probably the sort of, I would say, best option that Labour could currently have, but the main issue that with Andy Burnham is he's not a sitting MP yet. In order for him to challenge for the leadership, he'd have to become an MP first, and obviously in order to do that, he has to be approved by the NEC, which is the Labour National Election Committee, which they're unlikely to do so long as Starmer allies remain in post, and Starmer himself, remains having effective sway over the party. I will say that's looking increasingly unlikely. Someone says Therese get the lettuce. True. Great for the Liberal Democrats. Yes, the Liberal Democrats, I mean, it's interesting with them. They always tend to do well on local elections, historically. But yes, as I was going to say as well, Labour MPs, there have been a couple who have stuck their head above the parapet asking for Keir Starmer to resign. Labour MP Ian Lavery has called for Keir Starmer to resign. Keir Hardie. Oh hiya. Okay. All right. There we go. Called for Keir Hardie started the Labour Party, and it could be Keir Starmer that ends the party forever. Hold on 1 second. Allow me to just quickly pause a second, just because I need to have a quick chat before my mum heads out to the shops. All right, give me 1 second, everybody. 1 second. There we go. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry about that. You don't fancy Angela Rayner's chances as PM. The trouble is... Was that the missus? No, that was my mother. No, that was my mother. No, I don't. And the main reason I don't is essentially because she probably would have had a chance without the... the tax scandal on her second home. But I think that basically makes her sort of like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like she's not really a viable option because of that, I don't think. I think too much of the public still remembers that. It's worth saying, of course, that, obviously many other politicians have done far worse, but that got an enormous amount of coverage, and I do think that will stick in the public's mind. Rayner is probably the runner-up option after Burnham, but in terms of just general, chances, I think it's difficult. Streeting, obviously, is probably who the Labour right will push, but I mean, I think that would be a disaster. I think that's probably the only way it gets worse than if they keep Starmer, to be honest, is if they go for Wes Streeting. Miliband, maybe. He did say I think there was a report that said he was privately calling for Starmer to set out a timetable for resignation. So maybe, but I'm not 100% confident of that particularly. I'm not, because the problem with Miliband again is that he technically ran the party before, and obviously he lost in 2015. So each one of the potential kind of leader candidate hopefuls has their own drawbacks. You've got, obviously, David Lammy, Rachel Reeves, but again, they're very closely associated to the Starmer project. I do want to quickly discuss, if I can as well, the fact that Eluned Morgan, the current First Minister of Wales, the Labour First Minister of Wales, is on course to lose her seat. This is one of the major kind of revelations of the day, I should say. It would be, I think, one of the only times in British electoral history that a sitting leader of one of the nations, so to speak, has lost their seat. Obviously Liz Truss lost her seat at the last general election, but of course by that time she was no longer leading the Conservative Party. Eluned Morgan, for now at least, is the First Minister of Wales still. So that gives you kind of a sense of just how badly things are going for Labour. I want to talk a little bit about the Green result in Hackney. Yes, Labour's Deputy First Minister in Wales has also conceded the Welsh Senate election. It's insane to me that they conceded as early as 12 o'clock this afternoon. I think they knew that the writing was on the wall. In fact, I think they've officially said that they are projecting about 10 seats for Welsh Labour, which will be, frankly, disastrous. There's not really any other way of really looking at that, other than that being a complete and total disaster for Welsh Labour. The question is, will Plaid and perhaps the Greens get enough of the Senedd seats to govern without Labour? Because I do think that would help Plaid immensely, because if Plaid are propped up by Labour, then what Reform can basically do is that they can basically frame it as essentially, you know, a continuation of the existing two parties, just in a new form, essentially. I don't really want them to be able to claim that as a victory, if that makes sense. So hopefully, I'm hoping that Plaid plus Greens get enough to govern without, like, really needing Labour all too much. I really don't trust Wes Streeting, even like Elise and Andy would be better than him. I genuinely think Wes Streeting would be the absolute worst option. I think he would be worse than Starmer currently is. That's how bad I think that Streeting would be as an appointment if they went for him at this current moment. I think he's the only one who could make it worse, to be honest. What was that? It's a sad state for so many people voting for the Tory drags of Reform. Why do the English community fall for the same rhetoric and lies? This is why the Scots want Indy. Excellent night for the Greens. Yeah, I mean, I think the trouble is, it's just like, a lot of people don't pay that close attention to it. Like, a lot of people don't know the details. They just see that this party is different, and they just go, yeah, let's just go for them instead. I will say quickly as well that I've got some builders currently in the building, but I was too excited by the election results to not at least talk to you guys a little bit about it. So apologies if you hear some stuff in the background as well. Hopefully Starmer goes well before the next election, because they have a lot of work to do. Starmer is insanely unpopular, and they need to sort this. More of the same will do us to Reform. Nathan Jones, I blame all you far left knobs for this. I mean, okay, Nathan. I mean, I know you're a big Labour fan. I know you are. But listen, you know, I will get up the clip. I will repeat the clip. Let me get the clip up. This was what Starmer said of left-wing voters in 2023. Let's just quickly get it up to remind people. You know, let me get it up.
If you don't like the change...
He did say, quote,
if you don't like the changes that we've made, I say the door is open and you can leave.
So, I mean, if Starmer's the one saying that, you can't really blame people for doing what he asked us to do. Starmer made perfectly clear that if you weren't happy with Labour's slow-dredged rightwards, leave the party. And that's what people did. So you can't really get annoyed at them for then voting for somebody else. I'm sorry, you don't get to be able to do that. Like, it's one thing, you know, to be like, oh, well, you know, it's one thing to be like, oh, you know, they had to do something to get elected. And I do think to a certain extent, obviously they were going to have to become more moderate to get elected to a certain degree, but that didn't mean binning absolutely everything. Do you know what I mean? There was a middle ground there that they could have struck, and they instead just chose to go completely in the opposite direction and alienate their core voter base. So no, I reject the premise that it's, quote, the left-wing knobs' fault. If anything, I kind of think that it's the fault of Labour for not appealing to their base, to be honest. Because we are seeing their base fall away to an extent which is inconceivable. They are about to lose Wales so badly that they might have less than 10 seats, a place that they have governed in one way or another for the past 100 years. The first Labour leader was a Welsh man. The idea that this is purely down to the left is insane, and in some places, the split between the Greens and Labour makes it so that it's actually Labour holding back the Greens from beating Reform. So I don't think that it is. And I think there has to be a level of self-reflection towards Labour. There has to be a level of self-reflection. You can't just blame... I'm not saying Labour are far right. I am saying, however, that if you tell people, look, we're not a left-wing party... If you tell people, look, we're not a left-wing party anymore, then you can't blame people for going to the left-wing party. Like, it's not... I think even Starmer has said that he considers himself the last chance for the centre. So, you can't then be annoyed when people on the left are like, oh, well, why aren't you sticking with us? It doesn't actually make sense. They are centre-right and treat the left in the party horrendously. This is 100% on him. Exactly. And I mean, actually, there was a great quote from Polanski earlier. Let me see if I can get it up. Here it was. Zach Polanski is spot on here. The Greens aren't splitting the left-wing vote because the Labour Party isn't left-wing.
In many places, your biggest contribution might be splitting the progressive vote, paving the way for reform. Are you comfortable with that?
I would reject the idea that the Labour Party are a progressive vote. The Labour Party, since they got into office, have continued austerity. They tried to cut disability benefits. We had more children going into poverty for far too long. They brought Peter Mandelson into the heart of government, and we've seen an ongoing genocide in Gaza. So the idea that this Labour government offers any kind of progressive politics, I think, is for the birds. And actually, anyone who's on the left in politics, progressive, or even just wants a politics of common sense, where we're redistributing power and wealth away from multimillionaires and billionaires and putting it back into our communities, that's a vote for the Green Party. And what I'd say to anyone is, we need your help, and today is a brilliant day to join the Green Party. OK,
strip away the label progressive. You might be splitting the left vote and paving the way for reform. Are you comfortable with that?
I still reject the idea that the Labour Party are in any way a left-wing party. Keir Starmer was a man who echoed the words of Enoch Powell. We've seen in Shabana Mahmood increasingly anti-migrant rhetoric, and as I've said, we've had the ongoing genocide. I think a left-wing government, or anyone who wants to change anything in this country, would look at how much communities are suffering right now, and they would work to end rip-off Britain. We have this toxic combination of low wages and high bills, and it feels like the Labour government haven't done anything to get a grip of that. The first thing they should be doing, for instance, is freezing energy bills. It's outrageous that we've got this illegal and unpopular war, and there are people working 2 or 3 jobs who are going to be having to pay even more for their energy bills that they just can't afford right now. We need to make sure we have elected Greens in office who actually look out for people who are working so hard and aren't being rewarded for how hard they're working.
I think that's just an excellent answer, and it kind of sums up my thoughts. Really, it's I don't think Labour are a left-wing party anymore, and you can't constantly demonise the left and then expect them to vote for you. That's not how it works. It just doesn't work like that. You know, if you want the left to support you, then you have to throw them a bone every once in a while. I understand that to a certain extent, you know, there is only so much that the British public will take. You know, I'm not expecting absolute communism here or anything. What I am saying though is that if you are the Labour Party, you know, the party of the worker, founded off of workers' movements, and you are not willing to call out, say for example, Palantir's involvement in the NHS, then yeah, I think that is an issue, and I think that we're reflecting that, you know, and it's I know that it's scary that obviously it's true to say that the Greens are voting into the Labour vote, which in some areas is causing reform to get in, but I don't think the problem there is the Greens. The problem there is Labour not addressing these concerns and these feelings. Let's say the Greens didn't exist. For argument's sake, what you would probably end up with then is just a lot of people staying home, is what you would end up with, which would also then effectively lead to the same result, I firmly believe. I don't think people would suddenly just magically love Labour if the Greens didn't exist. I don't think that would happen. And I think, so this idea that oh, well, you know, the Greens are splitting the vote, it's well, maybe you lost their vote. Maybe you need to earn that vote back. I don't know. Let's have a look. Yeah, you can't please the far left and the far right, because they want fundamentally different things for society. And the difficulty is that the centre fundamentally doesn't work. It doesn't really achieve anything. People don't want the centre anymore. They don't like it, you know? One of the biggest problems with this is low voter turnout. Exactly, but I think the voter turnout would be even lower if the Greens didn't exist. Do you know what I mean? I think the left-wing voters who are disenfranchised with Labour would just stay home in that scenario. So I don't think it would really make any difference. It shouldn't be far left or far right parties in charge. It should be the centre. But we've had basically centre governments for like the best part of like. Well, I mean, you could argue to which, like maybe the modern Tory party is more just right wing straight up. But like obviously, I would say at least for most of the last 20 years, they've been centrist neoliberal types running this country. And where have we really gotten to with that? It's like people are fed up of it. Which is why you get people going for these more radical options. Young people need to go out and vote when it comes to the next general election. On an unrelated note, are you aware London Comic Con is postponed? See you in 2077, dude. I did not know that. You're telling me that for the first time. I did not know that. But it's I did not know that. That's unfortunate. Unfortunately, I couldn't vote in the election, Thomas. However, in 2029, when my area is voting, I will be voting Green. Unfortunately, in my vote last year, there was a Reform MP who won a by-election. Very unfortunate. One of the things, actually, that's been very interesting is reportedly voter turnout in Wales is up significantly. Like, this is apparently the highest voter turnout for a Senedd election in its history, most likely because people are enthused by the idea of an actual party shift. And I think to give Labour, because I was very harsh on Labour just then, I mean, to be fair, I do think they deserve it for the most part, but to give them a slight defence, in Wales specifically, as much as I think there are a ton of things that both UK Labour and Welsh Labour have done wrong, I think there is also an extent to which 27 years in power is 27 years. At some point, people are going to want something else. Liz Truss is our worst PM ever. Yeah, it goes without saying. The thing is, I don't like Starmer, but I think the idea that he's the worst is kind of insane when Liz Truss exists. And Boris Johnson, for that matter. But the reality is he is the most unpopular. And you can say to a certain extent, well, there's also, you've got to think about the media bias, which certainly does exist. I'm not going to claim that it doesn't. But also, like, this is a level of unpopularity that's unheard of. There was, like, people saying, basically, that when I was watching the BBC coverage last night, that there was actually like quite visceral hatred for like Starmer, to an extent to which they'd never seen for any other sitting Prime Minister, even like the most unpopular ones. I'm just having a look to see. Let's have a look what the current results are looking like. Let's have a little update. Again, Reform 617, up 615. Liberal Democrats 400, up 30. Conservatives 338, down 276. Labour 330, down 431. Greens up 76 councillors, and Independents up 3 on 59. So, yeah, like, obviously, we're starting to see a bit more of the sort of race take shape here now. I think even more so, you're going to start seeing it when a lot more of the London areas get declared. I think that's when we're really going to start to see this Green total kind of shoot up a little bit. The Reform number is continuing its advancement. If we actually look, we can actually, I think there is you can see here where the gains are being made, and I mean look at all this turquoise. It's just insane. Huge gains for Reform. They won their first I think London Council. Which one was it that they won? I can't tell which one it is. It doesn't actually show it on here. I want to also find, there was a quote from John Curtis, who's like if you guys don't know, the like main election pollster here in the UK. He's basically been here forever, predicting election outcomes. Unfortunately, my day hasn't been the best so far. My short film was, filming was really great. But yeah, seeing this up had helped ease it. There we go. Yeah, Greens are over 100 now. The election system needs to be more proportional. Honestly, don't think we'll have another majority government for a while after this election. I completely agree. The problem is our first party system. our first past the post system was designed for two-party politics, and the problem is we are entering an era, a period of time where we are not in two-party politics anymore, and I think that's going to lead to some very odd results come 2029, and some very disproportional results for certain. I will also just point out, if you haven't subscribed, just quickly, let me get the thing up. We have been gaining hugely these past couple of days on this channel, so I want to thank you all for that. We are 11 subscribers away, or 10 subscribers away even, from 2,000 subscribers. I wasn't expecting for this channel to grow at the pace that it is, but if you aren't subscribed, I'm sure a lot of you already are who are watching, and I thank you so much for that. But if you aren't, then there you go. Now's your call for that. Let's take a quick look at that John Curtis quote. Let me find it. Let me find it quickly. Let me have a look. I'm going to have to do a little search, I think. John Curtis. Here it is. So this was obviously from Professor Sir John Curtis, the major polling expert in the UK. I don't know whether, like, do other countries have an equivalent of just like the one polling guy they always get to break down the polling. But his quote is, it is clear that the Labour Party is losing plenty of seats to Reform. One might conclude, however, therefore, that it is Reform who are doing the most damage to Labour in terms of its vote. However, that is not the pattern that is emerging from the results in the BBC's key wards. A sharp fall in Labour's performance is accompanied more often by an above-average Green performance than it is by a strong Reform performance. Meanwhile, it is the Conservatives who appear to be suffering the most where Reform is advancing the most. It should be remembered that Labour may often lose seats to Reform because it is losing votes to the Greens, while the Conservatives are losing votes to Reform. The net effect can be that Labour end up losing seats to Reform, and obviously the basically the gist of that is it's not necessarily Reform gaining from Labour, but it's Labour losing ground. And again, the issue with that is, again, I will repeat the point, that you can't tell people on the left, if you don't like it, leave, and then when they leave, be annoyed at them. You can't do both. I know we disagree, but I support what you're doing. Well, I appreciate that. I think ultimately, none of us want reform in government, right? And it's just a question of how we stop that. I mean, maybe some of you do. Maybe I'll get a couple of people in here who do. I'm not one of those. Reform gained for councils, unfortunate for those living in those areas, but might be a warning when those councils collapse and start fighting. Well, that was something I actually said last night on my Twitter page, was just one of the few benefits to Reform potentially winning a bunch of councils would be that essentially it would lead to potentially more people becoming aware of their terrible track record in running councils. This tweet actually did very, very well, actually. Either that, or they'll just continue to scapegoat either the current government or migrants, which is probably more likely. But I did say the one good thing about Reform winning a bunch of councils is that they will inevitably collapse, and it'll cause buyer's remorse come 2029. Which could well happen, but as I said, it could also be the case that people just blame the incumbent government, or Reform managed to scapegoat it. Theory's better than Sky News. I appreciate that. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to keep on top of everything, but as you can tell, it's been a bit insane. I want to go over the Hackney result a little bit. Oh, hang on. We've just had a major result from Moss Side Labour. Moss Side, the Greens have gained from Labour. Their vote share is up 49%. From a starting point of 7% when this area was last contested, with, as you can see here, Greens gain 49%, Labour lose 50%. So you can pretty much guarantee, you know, that all of the Green support here is coming from the Labour collapse. I mean, look at that graph. That is insane. That is an insane result in Moss Side Ward of the Manchester Council. Absolutely insane. Reform here, obviously, it's not really a strong area for them, 5%. And the others, you know, on single digits. Let me have a look, see what else we've got in terms of results. I really want to have a look at Hackney. I keep saying that, and then I keep not doing it. So I'm going to do that quickly. Hackney Mayor Ooh. So obviously Zoe Barrett has won the mayoralty of Hackney. Here is her quote to supporters.
It's yours. And just as Hackney should belong to Hackney residents, this administration is yours. Because the people of Hackney own Hackney, and it's time to take it back. That's why one of my first acts will be to do a full investigation into who owns Hackney, its buildings, its land, to begin getting these spaces back to the communities who desperately need them. Our plan is about getting the best basics right and making day-to-day easier, getting repairs done quickly, making food and energy cheaper, and rooting out racism in our schools. I'll fight the system that views housing as a way of making money rather than a universal right for every single person. I'll get more council houses from development. The people need somewhere affordable to stay. And I won't be silent about the government decisions that are harming Hackney residents, like continued austerity. It is both heart-wrenching and outrageous that something like 1 in 2 children in Hackney live in poverty. Every day I will work to fix this. Poverty isn't a fact, it's a political choice, and Hackney says no. And we will fix this by building a people-powered democracy. I need Hackney residents to hold me to account and to help me fight back against this broken system. I can't bring hope to Hackney on my own. We need to make hope together. Thank you.
Very, very strong speech. You have to say, very strong speech. The message is cutting through. The message is cutting through. Like, it's cutting through, and it's a good speech, and it's a good point. And I think now we are realising, though, why so many of the Labour attack lines were at the expense of the Greens rather than Reform, because most of their support is bleeding to the Greens and not Reform, despite popular wisdom and despite their continued kind of suggestions that if we just move further right, then people will like us more. It hasn't happened. The reverse is true, because the trouble is... if Labour moves to the right, what then in effect happens is they alienate their existing voter base. They alienate their existing kind of like grassroots membership. But then also, the right wing looks at it and goes, yeah, but you're all just a bunch of like, woke lefties. Havering, sorry. Why did I say it was Hackney? Maybe that's one of the other ones that they're up for contention in. Yeah, the right wing looks at that and goes, hang on, but you're a bunch of woke lefties. I'm going to vote for you. I'm going to vote for the Reform guys or the Conservatives or whoever. Whoever it is at that time. So Labour going rightward doesn't work because you're never going to convince people who are voting Reform or Tory to vote Labour. It's incredibly unlikely that you're going to get that to happen at this stage. Like, you might convince some people who vote Green back to being Labour, but in order to do that, you have to actually... appeal to them. Do you know what I mean? You can't just demonise them. How frequent is the correlation between, quote, midterm elections, local elections, and how regionals vote in general elections? I'm not sure, actually. I think it's historically always been the case that, like, people will use local elections to give, like, the current government a bit of a drubbing. However, this is historically bad even by those standards. I think one thing that's kind of interesting about these locals is that a lot of the campaigning around them has been very like, oh, you know, this is going to stop reform. This is going to stop, you know, vote Reform to kick out Keir Starmer or whatever. But then you've also got the Greens saying, you know, like it's time to bring change to the country. It's been a lot more countrywide than region specific, if that makes sense. And I think a crucial part of that is like, this is basically being seen as like a mini referendum on the government, if you like, more so than ever before. I think because of just how fractured the two-party system is. What do you think of Dan Wootton? Terrible, same as most of the other GB News ones to be. I don't really rate the GB News types. The best thing Labour could do is pass a law, introduce ranked choice voting to properly represent views in a general election. This can be done before the next general election. If not, fascism beckons. I agree. I think if there's one major takeaway from this, we are moving towards a sort of European-style democracy where there is no longer a two-party system. The issue is that our voting system does not reflect that shift, and it needs to. It really, really needs to. Let me have a look. I want to see if is there some new is there Wales results yet? Are we still waiting on Wales? I really want to see what Wales is up to. Let me have a look. Obviously, you can see a couple more games there for Reform. Basically, not much has changed so far from when we last. I do think it's interesting. The Conservative collapse hasn't been as big as I was anticipating, and I'm wondering what you guys, why you guys think that is. They've only lost 3 of their councils. It is worth pointing out that less of their seats and councils were up for contention than Labour, which is obviously why this is a much worse night for them than it is for the Conservatives. But it's looking like they aren't going to do nearly as badly as potentially I thought they were going to. I basically thought that Reform were going to come in and effectively wipe them out. But whilst they have had a bad night, I don't think it's been as cataclysmic as I was maybe expecting it to be. We have had a declaration in Wales, it looks like. Hang on. That's in Caithneuath, Islwyn. Let me have a look. Does it actually say? In fact, let me quickly get up the. I don't know. Am I going to be able to check the BBC's reporting without getting copyright claimed? I don't know.
In Reform, they finally have a voice.
Okay, so the Reform candidate has won his seat. The Reform leader in Wales.
From now on, you will be represented by Reform. We will focus on real issues, the day-to-day issues that matter to you. And we will put common sense over ideology. And Reform Senedd members elected across Wales will fight for your interests, and we will put the people of Wales first.
Okay, so we have started to have a couple.
In just 5 years, Reform has gone from winning 1% of the vote in these Senedd elections to being the main contender for government, smashing Labour in the process. It has taken Plaid Cymru decades to come anywhere near to the same. The momentum is with Reform because we are the people's army. We will remember the people who elected us and what they've...
That's enough. Okay, so... two seats for Reform, 2 seats for Plaid so far, 1 seat for Labour, 1 seat for Conservatives. 49 seats needed for a majority, many still to declare. So we do actually have our first result from our first region. Reform tops the poll in Caithneuath, Islwyn. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at Welsh. I'm still terrible at Welsh. I'm trying to relearn Welsh because I wasn't very good at it at school. So if anyone wants to call me out on my my pronunciation, then feel free to. But first result is obviously Reform and Plaid getting the same amount, but with Reform topping the poll in this area. Labour getting 1 and Conservative getting 1. It's obviously important to recognise that the current Welsh voting system is different to how it is in Westminster, where unlike in Westminster, you get the person with the most votes gets the seat. In this case, seats are divvied out in a certain region depending on vote share. So obviously, despite Reform coming top of this poll, the numbers were obviously similar enough to effectively mean that Reform and Plaid get the same amount of seats. I hope I'm doing a good enough job of basically explaining that. Yeah, bit sad that the first result to come out of Wales is a Reform topping a constituency. I believe he has won. It looks like he's going to the Senedd, I think. Do you support a Britain poll, as in a referendum to rejoin the EU? Yes. Yes, that's the answer to that. Yes. 100% yes. Wales, good luck. They will need it. I'm still confident that I think Plaid will have it. It's worth noting that that's only 1 constituency so far. But it's not the first result I would have liked to have seen. I will say as much as that. Hey, Harry's and Chad Chums, just wanted to say that Keir Starmer bid from 2023 is incredulous due to the fact that Labour won a landslide victory in the GE. They did win a victory in the GE, but I would say that their vote share actually declined from its historic heights under Corbyn. And it's also worth saying that I would argue that Labour didn't so much win the last election so much as the Tories lost it. I would argue that was what happened more so than... I don't think that there was a huge swelling of, like, reform, of Labour love. Rather, I think it was a case of everyone was like, oh, screw these Tories. Who's the option that aren't them? Labour? All right, we'll go with you. But it better be good, and it hasn't been. And I think that's the thing. I think when you get a landslide like that isn't particularly, it's a loveless landslide, so to speak, people's patience with you is going to be a lot less than, obviously, if there's genuinely enthusiasm there. It was nicknamed the loveless landslide for a reason, like, obviously, and it's generally, seen that, like, governments will get a honeymoon period, but I would argue that Labour's honeymoon period was shorter because no one really cared in the first place. It was less people like Labour and more people hate the Tories. Exactly. There was also no visible left alternative at the time of GE. No one could take the Greens seriously at the time. Well, this is an important point. The Green rise has been seismic. Like, there's no way of really, like, denying that. Like, it's a huge rise. They've gone from basically being a footnote in British politics to being one of what is now, I would argue, the big four. Essentially. Maybe 5 if you include the Lib Dems. The Lib Dems are such a weird, bizarre one to try and factor in because on one level they do quite well locally and they have they are the third largest party in Parliament, but they also feel very irrelevant from like the conversations as they are going on. So it's hard to really know how to ever factor them in. I also just want to say very quickly, there's 50 of you watching, which thank you so much, that's way more than I expected at this point, first live stream on this channel. But if you are enjoying the coverage, be sure to give the stream a like, it will help in the algorithm. Also, obviously the channel is now monetized, and I want to thank you all so much for that. The support has been incredible, and obviously as well, if you feel like doing it, super chats are also available, but of course don't ever feel like you need to do that. I'm just letting you guys know that they are there because they are all turned on now, as are memberships as well. I think I called them like members of parliament or councillors or something like that. And if you do become a member, you will get a shout out at the end of every video on this channel going forward. I think did I set it at $1.99? I can't remember. But yes, so all that's housekeeping out the way. I think there was another result, so let's see what that was. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, so actually it is just a review of Cais Newydd Iselin, which is Reform, win 2 seats with 25,000 votes, Plaid win 2 seats with 23,000 votes, so really not that much in it between those two. Labour win 1 seat on 10,000 votes, and the Conservatives with 1 seat on 8,000 votes. So yeah, not the first result I would have liked to have seen, but not a terrible result, because if you think about it, Plaid and Reform still got the same amount of seats, so it's early days, what else is going on currently? Let's have a quick refresh and a quick double check. I actually did want to point out something that I found quite hilarious. Beth Rigsby is saying, Dawn Butler says she wants Burnham back. We need our best players on the pitch. I think that's fair enough. I wanted to point out something I found absolutely hilarious, which is, let me find it. Where was it? Yeah, I don't know whether you guys have seen this account, this Doge Wales account, which is basically saying, screw the Senedd and we hate Plaid and all of this. They have started to say that because the Welsh counts take place later, that the vote is basically rigged against Reform UK. Counting is about to start. Why did they have to leave it until today? They managed to count straight away in England, the first of many questions. So basically already trying to undermine the election results. I mean, it's also worth saying that, like, I don't think it's a conspiracy to, like, let like people rest before you do the count. If anything, it'll probably lead to more accurate results. But I find it really funny how this was the narrative already starting the night. I think people like this have seen the writing on the wall. What is that image? Seen the writing on the wall that it is going to be, I think, Applied victory. I think. Was that predicted in the polls? What was which one predicted in the polls? The one that Reform just won, or the Plaid getting a or Plaid winning? Greens are getting close to Labour in terms of membership numbers. Do Labour still have their membership numbers public? Because I was told that they weren't public anymore. But I don't know how true that is. That could be wrong. I'm not sure. The one Reform just won. Let's have a look, actually. What were the projections? Welsh Senedd projections. I just said it put Welsh salad projections because it doesn't understand the Welsh. Okay, hang on. Senedd projections. Let's have a look. What was the area they just won? Caesnewydd Islin, was it? I need like an interactive map of what the projections were. I can't find one. I can't find one that says. It was predicted to be basically a Plaid Cymru Reform toss-up from what I can see. This is from Pollcheck. I've just had a look. It was basically projected to go this way pretty much. Like two Plaid, 2 Reform. They weren't expecting Labour to keep a seat, though, by the looks of this. So Labour perhaps did slightly better here. I don't think the Greens got a seat here, did they? I don't think they did. So I think they got it wrong in thinking that it would be the Greens that took the seat, when it was, I think, Labour who did. Let me double check that. Yeah, I think so. Labour managed to hold on, but otherwise, yes, this was pretty much as expected for this constituency. Essentially. Newport is a very anglicised area, so Plaid did well to get 2 seats there. No, I agree. Like, obviously, Newport is, as you say, it's a much more anglicised area. So, and the thing is, Plaid have historically struggled in the more urban southern areas of Wales, compared to obviously their heartlands, where it's like obviously sort of west and some bits of North Wales where they've historically done well. So the fact that they, like you say, have got 2 seats in Newport is a very good showing for them. The thing I could work out was, in my England constituency, you could vote for up to 5 councillors. There were 5 Reform names on the ballot and only 1 Green. Well, that's the other thing as well, is that obviously some parties commit less resources to some races if they feel that it's unlikely that they're going to do particularly well. Oh, this is interesting. Manchester City Council elections, 18 have gone Green, 7 have gone Reform, and 6 have gone to Labour. Labour now polling 3rd in their Manchester heartland. Manchester, of course, being a very strong place for Labour historically. Obviously, Manchester being the place where Andy Burnham is currently mayor, who is seen as one of the Starmer successor hopefuls. So that is pretty seismic, it has to be said. Let's take another look. I'm going to refresh the results so far. Starting in England. So yeah, we've got, again, it's sort of slower gains now, but obviously you can see here, this is the state of play at the moment. Obviously the Wales results have been updated to include current results. What's Scotland doing? Yeah, so the SNP are basically storming ahead in their election. No surprise there. The reason I haven't really talked about Scotland so much is because I feel like everyone has known the result in Scotland for the longest time. It's in many ways the least interesting because it's like entirely predictable. The question will be not if the SNP win, but by how much, effectively. If they get a majority, that'll be interesting because they've said that will be their catalyst to argue for another independence referendum. So it'll be interesting to see if they manage that. But otherwise, yeah, the reason I haven't covered Scotland too much yet is because there ain't much to say. Scotland are, sticking with the SNP. In spite of Labour gains in the 2024 general election, it seems like the unpopularity of Labour UK-wide has caused them to pull back significantly. Reform haven't gained anywhere yet so far either, which is good news, I suppose. I suspect they will, but they haven't yet. So there you go. There's Scotland so far. Interesting stuff. It's so difficult to try and keep on top of everything, but I hope I'm doing a decent enough job for you guys. I know a lot of stuff in London has yet to be called, which is where the Greens are targeting. Yes, so it's important to recognise that the Greens probably won't see their most substantial gains until, like you say, London and other areas like that start being declared. Counting was next day in Scotland. Yes, it was. Same goes for Wales as well. Which is why we're only just getting Welsh results now as well as Scottish results. Manchester's a great place. It is. I like Manchester a lot. I like a lot of the UK. I love Liverpool. Whenever I've been there, absolutely love Liverpool to bits. I love York. I love the historical element of York. Loads of bits of the UK that I love. I went up to Gretna Green for a wedding, and it was great up there. In Scotland. That was the only time I think I've been to Scotland, because it's quite a drive from South Wales, but that was very good. You go to Liverpool Comic Con in October, David's going, woohoo. I don't know yet, because I heard that he'd already sold out, but I don't know whether that's true or not. And I also don't, it would depend on how much he's charging, because I have seen the prices start to creep up a bit. Somehow the Workers' Party in Britain won where I am. I have never even heard of them. At least more people voted Labour than Reform here. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's George Galloway's party, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. I think. Interestingly, in the one place where your party ran, the Workers' Party got 4 times the vote. I want to say your party only got 3% of the vote, which is very, very bad. Let me have a look. Yeah, George Galloway's lot. I thought so. Let me have a look. Your party. The thing is, if I put your party in, there's probably going to be a bunch of people talking about their individual parties rather than your party as in your party. It's a terrible name. It's an atrocious name. Here we go. So yeah, it was in Paston and Walton in the Peterborough Council ward. Conservatives winning 37.8% of the vote. Lib Dems on 27%. Reform on 25%. Labour on 7%. Not Greens. Your party are on 3%. So that was a Tory gain from the Lib Dems. 3% for your party is insane. 3% for your party. If I'm honest, there is no need for your party to exist anymore. I'm just going to be real. I'd rather it dissolve and they just endorse the Greens, because there's no reason for them to really exist in the current climate. What do you think the takeaway for the Lib Dems from this election will be? Good question. Probably their main takeaway will likely just be, because even though they have lost a couple, mainly they've been gaining. So I think for most of them, it'll just be a case of keep doing what we're doing. I think they basically just see it as, if we can slowly encroach, slowly but surely, then we can probably be the kingmakers in any potential future government. Because I've said for quite some time that I don't see a scenario particularly where any one party gets a majority. Particularly, I think that's kind of unlikely, especially given the fragmentation. But I think the Lib Dems, potentially the Greens as well, could be in very strong positions to be the kingmakers of a prospective government, especially because neither will want to work with Reform, obviously. My guess is the Greens have taken Labour and stopped publishing results. Yeah, I thought they'd stop publishing their membership results. I wouldn't be surprised if the Greens have overtaken. That wouldn't surprise me at all. This is actually interesting. Reform and the Greens are saying that the era of two-party politics is over. But what are the graphs saying? So that I think I saw a result that was actually saying that Reform's vote share, or Reform's national projected vote, has gone down from last year. You can see here Reform going down to 27%. This is according, I believe, to Railings and Thatcher. 2,363 of 5,047 wards declared. So you can see here a drop for Reform, which also then aligns almost identically to a bit of a Conservative recovery. Labour obviously continuing their downward trajectory down to 16%. Lib Dems staying basically as a straight line on 14%. The Greens going from basically irrelevance to now being in contention for potentially third place with the Lib Dems and Labour. So very, very interesting stuff here. But it is interesting the Reform vote share, or the national equivalent vote projection, has gone down slightly for Reform. I did always kind of say that, I always knew that Reform were going to do incredibly well in this election, particularly in the northern areas where they've done incredibly well. But I did also always say that I think it's been slightly overstated. Assuming their goal is to hoover up more moderate former Tory voters who feel Reform is too far right, and moderate former Labour voters who feel the Greens are too far left. I think that is the game that the Lib Dems are trying to play, essentially, is you think one of the others is too extreme, then we're the ones. It's either that, or in a lot of places it will be essentially the case that they're the party you vote for when, you know, the others aren't running. So I have a friend who the Greens aren't running in his area, so he voted Lib Dem because the alternative was, I think it was basically between them or Reform, and obviously, so the Lib Dems gained massively from that. How are the Tories so high? I understand the Reform vote as anti-establishment vote, but from people not paying attention, but Tories. If I had to guess, here's the thing about the Tories is, the Tories are doing terribly, make no mistake about it. Like, they are historically down on, you know, where they have previously been, but it's also important to acknowledge that old habits die hard. You know, there are still dyed-in-the-wool Tory voters, particularly older people, who will vote Tory until they die. Like, that is just true, and I think so long as that constituency exists, that is one of the other things I think is going to make it hard for Reform to potentially ever form a majority government, is you are going to get those people who are just dyed-in-the-wool true blue, so to speak, regardless of, you know, what other parties come on the scene. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. Like, I think there will be some places that will just always stick to being Tory. Like, I think that's just, there's not really much you can do about it, really. I think that the Tories have essentially ceased to exist outside of England, to be fair. Okay, here's the latest as of 3:20 p.m. Reform on 706 seats, up 704. Lib Dems on 435, up 43. The Conservatives on 370, down 334. Labour 360, down 470. The Greens 142, up 87. So that's the current results so far. Tories down 331 seats so far, and posting stuff like this. What are they smoking? The Conservatives are coming back. Yeah, I mean, I was just saying that I don't think the results have been as bad for them, but I think the idea that they're, like, you know, gonna, like, be a major force is probably overstating it. The Conservative Party is the oldest active political party in the world, if I'm not mistaken. I believe you are right. I don't think they're going to be a major force for the foreseeable, but I do think there will be areas of the country that will just vote for them no matter what. I think that is just the case, you know, like, even in this world of more polarized kind of voting habits, I do think that there are going to be some places until those people, to be a bit morbid, die off, I don't really think there's a scenario where you get basically a situation where the Tories don't do well in some of these areas. Let's see what else is going on. Let's have a look. Is there any more Welsh results yet? Oh, there are. There's been another Welsh result. Okay. We got basically another of the same result again. Plaid Cymru on 4, Reform on 4, Conservatives on 2, down 2, Labour on 2, down 4, and the Greens and Lib Dems still on 0 for now. It's worrying to me that basically it does seem like the 2-horse race strategy of Plaid has worked, essentially. That, look, it's either us or them, because you can see they're basically gaining an equal number. What was the actual result for what was the actual constituency? Where was Wales? Okay, so this is in Penybont, Brew, Morgannwg, which has obviously 2 Plaid because of the colour. 2 Plaid, 2 Reform, 1 Conservative, 1 Labour. I'll be interested to see what the vote split on that was like, whether it was Plaid who won the popular vote or whether it was Reform. I don't think they've said yet, or at least I haven't seen if they have. I haven't seen a follow-up result. Reform UK's leader in Wales. Yeah, I think we spoke about this earlier. Dan Thomas has been elected to the Senedd. Reform UK and Plaid both have 2 seats there. Welsh Labour have 1 and the Welsh Conservatives have 1. God, it's getting a bit scary that it is just literally, it seems like in Wales, just a two-horse race, but they're almost like neck and neck in many places. Kind of terrifying. The Tories are the Greens for the right, I guess. Don't want to vote Reform, but you're not left-wing, vote Tory. I think that's probably about right, yeah. I think that's probably a fair assessment. Yeah, I'm slightly terrified in Wales at the moment. It's, obviously it's early days, but it's very close. Here we go. It doesn't actually say numbers, but it does say, you can see here, Plaid Cymru 33% of the vote, Reform 30%. Okay, so they actually did win Penybont, Morgannwg. So they actually did win that one, as opposed to the last one where Reform won, but because of the way that the votes are split, it still means the same number of seats. So we basically, so far in Wales, we've had 1 Plaid Cymru victory and 1 Reform victory so far, but both getting the same amount of seats each time. It looks like. Getting nervous now. Getting a bit nervous now. It's getting a bit touch and go. Let's have a look, see what's going on in the English picture, shall we? The Greens are almost up 100 seats, up 96 currently. Which is pretty good for them. Obviously, the big Labour down nearly 500 seats already. Woof. Still about half of the councils left to declare. That is that's rough. There's no other way of really describing that other than that's rough. The Lib Dems making some small gains. They were always going to do fairly well, but Reform being the big winners really in England. Scotland, what's Scotland doing? Basically continued SNP rises. They're up 23. up to 23 now, bearing in mind they need to hit 65 seats to reach a majority, and they've won 23 of the 27 seats already declared, which puts them in a pretty good spot to potentially achieve that. The Conservatives on 2, Labour on 1, Lib Dems on 1, Reform UK on 0, still on 0. I remember them saying for a while that potentially Reform could come second in Scotland, and I was never really convinced by that. I get the feeling that they could come third. I think that's probably the more likely outcome. I think it could be... Actually, the Greens are the real outlier there. I don't really know how well they're going to do. I would presume maybe not as well as maybe they are in like the English ones, for example, but I really don't know. SNP probably sweeping in Scotland as expected. Yeah, that's why I haven't covered them too much in this live stream so far. It's because it's like, what do you say? Like, yeah, the SNP are absolutely cleaning up as expected, which is insane considering they're going into their 5th term. I got so many obnoxious levels of Scottish Labour ads on YouTube leading up to the election. Very emotionally manipulative. Interesting. That's pretty good for Plaid in Penny Bont Muganach, Bridgend, Vale of Glamorgan. The latest polls on May 1st put Reform ahead with a 10% lead over Plaid, but Plaid overtook them on the day. I'm very happy with that then, actually. That's very good. I think that may actually be my some of my family's constituency. Yeah, my dog is barking, so give me one. Wasn't there that one claim that by Reform's leader in Scotland, Markham Offord, that Labour and Reform were going to team up to take on the SNP? I don't know whether that's true or not, but that is something that Reform suggested. Do you think long-term Farage's friendship with Trump will hurt him politically? Yes, I do think so, especially because it's worth saying that we are not going to have another election, a proper election, until 2029, at which point Trump will be out, and we don't know how that's going to go down yet. You know, for all we know, he could attempt another January 6th. We just don't know. And if that does happen, that could really hurt Reform quite significantly. I wouldn't put it past them. Labour is never getting a vote from me ever again, to be honest. No, I have never voted for them. I have voted twice in my life, obviously, because I'm 22 currently. First time, obviously, was the general 2 years ago, which I voted Plaid, and then this one, I also voted Plaid as well. Because the thing is, for me, it was the case that, well, the Greens weren't really a factor at the last election. I didn't really like what Labour had to offer. Obviously, I'm not going to vote for, like, any of the right-wing blocs, so Tories, Reform, etc. So it really was kind of a case of, like, Plaid just made sense. And I also, it helps because I'm generally just pro-Welsh independence anyway, which I do plan on doing a video on at some point in the future. Remember, Tom, Scotland has first past the post constituency and then a PR list. Yeah, that's true, actually. There's 2 separate ones, isn't there? I have to bear that in mind. There may have been a couple of shock results up here, but only really interesting to people who are very interested in Scottish politics. Yeah, I think there might have been a couple of, like, surprises, but broad strokes, like, the broad picture of Scotland is effectively what everyone was expecting it to be, pretty much. Oh, actually, we've got the vote share in Penny Bont, Muganach, or Bridgend. If someone actually, whenever we get a Plaid constituency, a Welsh constituency, if someone could give me the English translation, just because my Welsh isn't very good, I'm thinking of like learning properly because I didn't do very well in school. But yes, so Plaid won on 27,407 votes, Reform in second on 24,602, Conservatives third, 12,464, Labour fourth, 9,518. I never thought I would see the day though that Labour would reduce to 1 seat. That's... And less than the Tories in terms of vote share, which is insane. Very, very insane. England can have reform if they really want it so badly, and then Scotland, Wales will just leave, problem solved. Being sarcastic. No, that would be my ideal though. I know you're joking, but that would be like my ideal result. It's like, if you really want reform, can we leave first? Labour definitely have to cling on until after Jan 6, 2029, so reform have to justify whatever crap gets down. Exactly, yeah. Caerphilly's declaring now, is it? Ooh, hang on. Caerphilly, of course, was the location of that historic election.
Democratiaeth Ryddfrydol Cymru, 1,662. 1,662. Peters Bond Carl, Independent.
Okay, so it looks like Plaid have won this definitively. About 9,000 extra votes.
Rose Jonathan, Independent Annibynnol. Cant Agin, 101. Williams Steve, Independent Annibynnol, 1,298. 1,298. Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a fwriwyd ar draws Sir Gyfyrddin oedd, and the total number of valid votes cast across Sir Gyfyrddin was 83,983.
I think that's about 83,000. Yeah, I remember the numbers. There we go.
Cyfanswm nifer papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd oedd. A total number of ballot papers rejected was
turnout 56% as well, which is very good.
238. Felly, rwy'n datgan bod seddi yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Sir Gyfyrddin wedi ei dyrannu am geiswyr rhestr plaid canlynol. Therefore, I declare that the following party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for Sir Gyfyrddin constituency. Sedd 1, seat 1, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Kevin Campbell.
Okay.
Sedd 2, seat 2, Reform UK, Gareth David Beer. Sedd 3, seat 3, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Nerys Evans. Sedd 4, seat 4, Reform UK, Carmelo Colastanto. Sedd 5, seat 5, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Adam Price. Sedd 6, seat 6, Reform UK, Sarah Elizabeth Edwards.
Damn, not a single Labour in the board.
A trwy hyn, rwy'n datgan bod yr ymgeiswyr ychwaith wedi ei iawn ethol fel aelodau'r Senedd o'r gyfer etholaeth Sir Gyfyrddin. And I hereby declare that the said candidates are duly elected as members of the Senedd for Sir Gyfyrddin constituency.
God, it's still tied.
Thank you.
Oh God, it's still tied.
That is the result for Sir
Okay,
Gyfyrddin.
thank you. I'll take over presenting producers. Thank you. Oh God, it's still tied. I mean, the good thing is that was a much bigger victory for Plaid, but obviously still the same number of seats because it's proportional. Which obviously in some ways is good, but in other ways it's like, oh, that's kind of annoying. It's still, it's too close for me to be comfortable. Oh, this is Carmarthen, not Caerphilly? Sorry, I thought this was Caerphilly. I apologise. Where was Caerphilly then? Surely they'd be showing Caerphilly. I'm trying to see where the Caerphilly result is. Anyone know where the Caerphilly result is? Is it on BBC Wales? I don't know. I'll double check.
29314.
Plaid Cymru, 29,314.
Reform UK Wales, 23955.
Reform UK Wales, 23,955.
Welsh Labour, 7739.
Llafur Cymru, 7,739.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, 1284.
Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 1,284.
Brace Jordan, 931.
Brace Jordan, 931.
Watley Mike, 374.
Watley Mike, 374.
Wright Steve, 71.
Wright Steve, 71.
And the total number of valid votes cast across Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney was 69832.
Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a fwriwyd ar draws Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney oedd 69,832.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was 155.
Cyfanswm nifer papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd oedd 155.
Therefore, I declare that the following individual candidates and party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Blaenau Gwent Caerphilly Rhymney constituency.
Felly rwy'n datgan bod y seddi yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Blaenau Gwent
So it does look like it's going to be Plaid 3 Reform 3,
i'r
yeah, so
ymgeiswyr
it's the same.
unigol a'r ymgeiswyr rhestr plaid canlynol.
I want to know...
Seat 1,
yeah, yeah, but it
Delyth
was
Jewel, Plaid Cymru Party of Wales.
the gap.
Sedd 1, Delyth Jewel, Plaid Cymru.
Seat 2, Clear Powell, Reform UK Wales.
Oh, for God's sake, Clear Powell got in.
Sedd 2, Clear Powell, Reform UK Wales.
Seat 3, Lindsay Whittle, Plaid Cymru Party of Wales.
Sedd 3, Lindsay Whittle, Plaid Cymru.
Seat 4, Catherine Cullen, Reform UK Wales.
Sedd 4, Catherine Cullen, Reform UK Wales.
Seat 5, Niamh Salkeld, Plaid Cymru Party of Wales.
Sedd 5, Niamh Salkeld, Plaid Cymru.
And seat 6, Joshua Kim, Reform UK Wales.
OK, there's the result for Blaenau Gwent Caerphilly Rhymney at last
Oh, here
after
we
a
go.
number of false
29,000
starts.
to 23,000.
Extraordinarily, there is no Labour member there. Again it's
yeah,
another
no
one.
Labour.
3 Plaid Cymru,
Didn't notice that.
3 Reform members. Delyth Jewel, Lindsay.
So it is 10-10 then. That's... Oh, it's too... I don't like how close it is. Oh, I'm getting scared now. I don't like how close it is. Oh, blimmin' heck. Based on last poll, Plaid were predicted to take 4 seats in command of them, but they only took 3. Okay, they're completely neck and neck. Yep. They've gone for Reform UK Wales instead of Welsh Reform, shows their priorities. I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised. How many Welsh seats are left to go? Let's have a look, actually. Quite a few, so we still got time, but I'm not liking the fact that everyone so far has been neck and neck. Let me go to Wales and refresh. So yeah, you can see here 10-10. So there's so 24 have been declared, 96 seats total. I can't do maths. Can someone do maths? I think probably about 70-ish. Yeah, 72, I think. Yes, I think that's right. So there's still 72 seats to declare. So we've got time, but it is just like, oh god, why is it the same? Interesting that Labour are on 2. That is woeful. And obviously the Conservatives also on 2, down 4 as well. Can I have a look at Wales? Why is it not showing like the breakdown in terms of like colours? It's annoying that it's not doing that. Let's see how Scotland's doing. Yeah, it looks like you guys you guys haven't elected a single Reform guy yet, and you're already on 32 for the SNP, so it's looking pretty likely that they may well get their majority if they keep this up at the current rate. Man, if if it goes the other way, I might have to move to Scotland. Oh, God. Hit the like, folks. True. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's see actually where we're at, actually. Are we at 2,000 yet? I know we're close. I know we are close. Let me check. We are 7 subscribers away from 2,000. Does there need to be a majority in the Senate? Not necessarily. But the issue is that if there isn't, and obviously, like, if it isn't a clear victory for, like, Plaid, Reform will then claim that they were, like, it was stolen. Which isn't obviously how it works, but that is what they will frame it as. Luckily, it does look like, even though the seat share is even, Plaid are still winning in terms of the popular vote, as far as I can tell, meaning that they can't claim that to have won it so far, because Plaid are the ones getting more votes as present. I love how it sent me to ads as it was saying to subscribe. Oh, I'm sorry, I did. I think ads are just set to automatic. I literally just went live, and obviously the channel's just been monetized. So forgive me if there's a bit of technical, sort of all over the place-ness. I can see why they told Labour MPs not to cry. Yeah, yeah, it's not surprising at all. Labour have lost 9 seats, man, already. That's crazy to me, in Wales. That's insane. It looks like the Welsh results are going to come thick and fast now. One thing worth noting, though, is that a lot of the Welsh results, in fact, I think all of them, let me double check. Yeah, all of them have come in the more sort of southern regions, which typically don't do as well. Oh, actually, I think a new one's just been declared, because we've just seen a green go onto the board. It looks like a new one's just been declared. But typically speaking, Plaid usually does better in like the west of Wales as well. So it's worth pointing that out as well. I think we've just had another result, I believe. Yes. Oh, Plaid have taken the lead. 13 to Plaid, 11 to Reform. Okay, they've taken the lead. They've taken the lead. Okay, they've taken the lead. Let's have a look. Where was that result? Let's go on BBC again. Let me quickly get it up.
Blaen y Gwent, which is why Alan Davies lost his seat. We assume that's by a very small margin because there was a recount there. So we might say the same about the leader of
nearly
Cardiff
57%.
Council coming in with a 6th seat. That tells you something about where Labour is. It also tells you something about how well Plaid can
the Greens have gained their first seat
in
also.
an urban area.
Yes.
Concentrated the left vote, clearly, the anti-Labour vote in this case as well. And we've got to mention the Greens, haven't we? They're Anthony Slaughter, the Welsh leader, first seat, maybe.
Yeah, the first seat. This is actually a good point. The Greens have never had a presence in the Welsh Senedd before. This is their first time in the Senedd. Pretty huge deal. So, like, yeah, I'm really glad the I'm really glad Plaid have overtaken. I want to see what the numbers were. I haven't seen them be posted yet. As soon as I see them, I will share them. Oh, here we go. Wait, nope, that's still old. That must mean then that Plaid would have won. If they were on 10, they would have gained 3, and maybe Reform only gained 1. Is that the case? Let me double check actually. In Penarth, yeah. So Reform only gained 1 in Caerdydd Penarth, which is there. So mine is Caerdydd Ffynnon Tarf. So I will be very curious to see how we do over there. But that's just across from me is Caerdydd Penarth. You can see 3 Plaid, 1 Reform, 1 Green, 1 Labour. So That's a lot better. I'm starting to, I can calm down a little bit. My blood pressure was starting to tick up a little bit there when I was starting to see the results be like identical, and I was like, oh my god, oh my god. I've got everything crossed to stop Reform. So do I. I do not want Wales run by Reform. I do not want it. And I think a lot of people don't. Is there a chance, actually, that Anasawa could lose his seat, actually? That's a point, because we've spoken about Eleanor Morgan losing her seat. Could Anasawa lose his? Like, could that happen? Because they've only got 1 seat so far, Labour, in Scotland, which is kind of insane when you consider that the SNP are already on 33. Let me go to Scotland again. So yeah, you can see here, constituency region. Okay, so region is not updated yet. Yeah, is there a chance that like Anasawa loses his seat, or was that the one that they've just won? I'm not sure. Really excellent coverage, pal. Thank you. Sorry for there not being as much Scottish coverage. It's just because, as I said, the result was completely predictable. I think he is on the list. Okay. Wait, he's on the list to go in, or is he? I believe it's. Oh, it is looking likely. Okay, interesting. That would be brutal, because remember as well that it wasn't too long ago that there was a possibility that Anasawa could have become first minister following SNP scandal and Labour doing well at the 2024 general. It was looking like that. Are you a fellow member of Plaid these days? I am. Do you want to know a funny story, actually? I tried to put a bet on for the Caerphilly by-election back in whenever that was. Can't remember. But I ended up accidentally putting a bet on the Senedd elections, which means actually I have 2 reasons to celebrate if Plaid win, because tonight, if Plaid win, I get 60 quid. So there's 2 reasons for me to be excited. But obviously the main one is I just really don't want Reform in Wales, but also the 60 quid would be nice as well. I don't think there was any chance of that outside of Star Wars Mandalorian. Possibly not. I think he tried to save it a little bit, didn't he, by distancing himself from Starmer. There was that period where he was saying that Starmer was going to resign during like the height of, I think it was the height of Mandelson stuff. Click on constituency if you want to see detailed results. Okay, will it give me a more detailed breakdown? Hang on. Wales. Because I'm on Scotland right now. I don't think there's an option for that in Wales, is there? Doesn't look like there is. There is in Scotland because there's 2 separate boxes, isn't there? But not so in Wales. There hasn't been a new result yet, I don't think. It's amazing to me how many seats or how many constituencies there are where Labour just aren't a presence in Wales at all. That's the thing that I'm finding most insane. Like I could buy them being reduced to a couple of seats in each constituency, but 0 in so many is insane. We are starting to see the Welsh Parliament take shape here. You can see 13 Plaid, 11 Reform, 3 Labour, 2 Conservative and 1 Green. So if we take the progressive vote there, then that's well. I mean, obviously, depending on whether you classify Labour as the progressive vote these days, you're looking at what's that? 17 seats for like the left overall, compared with 15 seats to the right, I think, if you could include the Conservatives, of course. But yeah, a good win for the Greens as well. Their first ever Senedd member, who's going to be Anthony Slaughter, the Green Party leader in Wales. Obviously, they could be crucial in forming the new Senedd. Like, if obviously Plaid struggle to get a majority, which is looking more likely now because of how it's turning out. Obviously, Reform are putting on a good showing, even though I don't think they will win. The Greens could be pivotal in getting them over the line. What I would really like is just for Plaid to do well enough not to need Labour. I'm fine with a Plaid Green coalition, but I kind of feel that if it's a Plaid Labour coalition, then that just allows Reform to effectively say this is just the same as it was before. I have a gut feeling Plaid will win a majority of the Senedd as they are overperforming the popular vote. I hope so. I really, really hope so. I mean, it's worth saying again that most of the Plaid strong areas haven't actually come up yet. A lot of the declarations so far have been in the south of the country, and historically, like I say, in western bits of northern England, northern Wales, Plaid historically do better. So it's worth considering that. Similar to the Greens, how they do better in the south, which is why obviously it wasn't looking like they were getting huge gains early on. That's because they were waiting on places like obviously areas of London and stuff like that. I'm still annoyed Andrew Arthur-Davis kept his seat. He annoys me so much. All he does is chat culture war nonsense in the Senedd. I know. And now we're going to have two sets of parties doing that, which is slightly frustrating, but I think Plaid will just for minority and make deals with Labour Greens when needed. Still hoping for a Plaid majority. I think they would like to govern alone. That seems to be what they're saying. And I think, according to the polls I was seeing, the electorate tend to prefer it if one party is like the winner. Do you know what I mean? Rather than like there being kind of deals, which is harder in a proportional system, but apparently it is what the electorate generally tend to prefer. How are we looking? We've got 6 subscribers to go to 2,000. Come on, we can do it. Green milestone. Oh, here we go. For the first time, the Green Party has hit 1,000 councillors. So there you go. Big day for them. Yeah, I've been seeing someone here be like, oh yeah, they haven't done that well. But it's worth saying that, like, the Greens weren't 5% of the vote a couple of years ago. Now, as I said, in some places they're polling second. It's a huge rise for them. You have to give it to them. Of course, obviously, even bigger rise for Reform. But that doesn't stop the Green rise also being impressive. I always said the Greens would do better once they had a leader who, in the nicest possible way, could connect with more voters, because I think the issue was, I think the Greens had this perception of a long time of being a bit too, like, nicey, kind of just, oh shucks, we're here in the background kind of vibe. And that's not to go against any of the Greens that were previously elected, but I think Zach just brings a bit of energy. Do you know what I mean? A bit of oomph to them. Have the polls predicted right so far? I think, obviously, it depends which polls, but I think the broad picture is relatively true across the board. Just using the same I wish that was less nicey. It's true. I think he should apologise less, because I think if you keep apologising and backing down, then they will keep going. If you click zoom in on regions constituencies, you should be able to see who was elected and a small link to percentages. Okay, I will have another look. I was trying to see earlier and I just couldn't. If I zoom, click, It is saying it's saying who was elected, but it isn't saying the number of votes. Which is obviously what I wanted to see, was just a number of votes for each. But obviously we'll find that out throughout the day, so I'm not too worried at the moment. That Cardiff Penarth result is very, very good, though. I'm very happy with that. Pontypridd, Merth is declaring out. Okay, let me have a look.
Pob plaid wleidyddol ac ymgeisydd unigol fel y ganlyn.
Caedwadwyr Cymru, Welsh Conservatives, 4,339.
4,339.
Gwlad, gall Cymru fod yn well. Gwad, Wales can be better, 202.
202.
Heritage Party, Traditional Family Values, 431.
431.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 28,687.
That's a big result.
Reform UK, 22,217.
22,217.
Wales Green Party,
So
Plaid Werth Cymru, 3,466.
4,466.
Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 9,344.
9,344.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 1,393.
1,393.
Biddulph, Joseph Anthony, Annibynnol Independent, 104.
104.
Williams, Dai Headley, Annibynnol Independent, 148.
148.
Winter, Beth Independent, Annibynnol, 2,297.
2,297.
The total number of valid votes cast across the Pontypridd Cynnon Merthyr constituency was 72,847.
Clyde do seem to have the significant edge when it comes to the vote share, which is good. Like across the board.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was 219.
Cafodd 219 papur pleidlais ei wrthod.
Therefore, I declare that the following have been allocated a seat in the Senedd Cymru for the Pontypridd Cynnon Merthyr constituency.
Felly rwy'n datgan bod sedd yn y Senedd Cymru ar gyfer etholaeth Pontypridd Cynnon Merthyr wedi ddirannu i'r canlynol.
Seat 1, Sedd 1, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Helydd Vychan. Seat 2, Sydd 2, Reform UK, Jason O'Connell.
So I think it might be the same. It might be the same. It might be
Seat 3, Sedd 3, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Liz McLean. Seat 4, Sedd 4, Reform UK, David Hughes. Seat 5, Sedd 5, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Sarah Crowley. Seat 6, Sedd 6, Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, Vicky Howells.
Okay. I'm not used to seeing Labour get one anymore.
And I hereby declare that the said candidates are duly elected as members of the Senedd Cymru for the Pontypridd Cynnon Merthyr constituency.
A thrwy hyn rwy'n datgan bod y ceisiau.
There you go. So now we're on 16 to Plaid, 13 to Reform, 4 to Labour, 2 to Tories, 1 to Green, and 0 to the Lib Dems. That is where we are at so far. So yeah, we are starting to see the Plaid lead emerge. It is worth saying that even though in a lot of these, well actually it's a good point actually, Plaid actually won more there. They won 3 to Reform's 2 because Labour took 1. So obviously the popular vote does seem to be swinging very much in Plaid's overall direction. I think if I go back on their screen a second, it should show what the popular vote is.
The vote share there,
down
34.
Yeah, so yeah, if you look here, oh wait, actually that's just Pontypridd. I want the general, the general kind of result. But you can see here, quickly for Pontypridd, you can see 39% vote share for Plaid to 31% for Reform.
4% if we have a look
This is a historic
at this next
moment.
graphic.
Oh, here we go. 38% to 29%. That's what I was looking for. Constituency vote share overall, 38% to 29%, leaving Plaid with about a 9% vote share lead so far, based on current results, which is pretty good. Like, that would at least... The thing is, if this is how it pans out, then at the very least, even if it's close, Reform can't claim to be the most popular party, which is good. Oh, I was about to read that and it's gone. That's all right. I'll let you rewrite that. Imagine if Gwlad defy the odds and get a seat. They're basically Reform but pro-Welsh independence. Yeah, they're like the right. They're like, are they kind of similar to what Alba was in Scotland? Am I right in saying that? The last poll had Reform ahead of Plaid by 31.8% to 31.2% in Pontypridd Merthyr. So Plaid did well to end up with an over 8% lead over Reform in the end. Well, I was saying for quite some time, like, I think that the Reform support may have been being overstated. Don't get me wrong, they are still going to do and have done incredibly well, especially for a first-time party in the Senedd. Obviously, I know they've technically had members before, but they've mainly defected from other parties. This is the first time they're actually doing a Senedd election. But it does look to me like the gap is pretty clearly in Plaid Cymru's favour, or at least it's starting to look that way, which I'm glad about because I was getting a bit worried to start with. Let's check in on Scotland, shall we? How is Scotland doing? How close is the SNP to their majority? Let's have a look. 40 seats. They only need, 25 more to get their majority. And again, worth saying, 0 Reform UK candidates have been selected, which is marvellous. Absolutely marvellous, as one Russell T Davies once said. Yeah. I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching for Labour. Because it's looking to be apocalyptic for them in Scotland, in Wales, and in England as well. We're starting to see here more of the graphs take shape. Reform on 753 council seats in England. The Lib Dems, so up 751. The Lib Dems 490, up 45. The Conservatives 434, down 435. Sorry, down 327. Labour 425, down 555. The Greens 184, up 116 council seats. Independents 88, down 13. Insane. Can we go back to England a second? I want to see, what was it? Where's it gone? There's a thing that shows you where the... Ah, here we go. So yeah, you can see here the Greens beginning to really encroach on London, making some gains here up north as well. You know, Manchester particularly. Also making some really good gains in Newcastle as well, actually, which is very good stuff. You can see here as well, changing councils. Labour have got 18, down 14. Lib Dems have got 10, up 1. Conservatives still on 6, down 3. Reform on 5, up 5. And then 11 of 40, of them are no party majority, which is 11 more. I do think this is one of the issues with the system, is like the way it works is that because there's so many fragmented votes, you're going to get so many councils that aren't going to be led by a majority one way or the other, which I think is probably the best indication I could find recently for voting reform of some kind, because yeah, I don't really see how it's sustainable like that. Edinburgh Central Green gain from SNP. Okay. So the Greens have got... Is that their first seat? Oh, sorry, my dog's barking again. Is that their first seat? Let me have a look. Is that the first one? It looks like it is, yeah. So they've got their first seat from the SNP. Where was it you said it was? Hang on, where was it you said it was? Let me have another look. It was in... Edinburgh Central, thank you. Okay, cool. So first Green gain for the Scottish Greens, separate party from the Green Party of England and Wales, worth saying. But yeah, they've gained their first seat. which now means that if you want to look at it like that, 49 seats out of 129 have been declared, or, you know, sort of just under kind of like, well, a bit under half, like about 40%, 35%, 40%, something like that. I don't know, I'm not good at math. But if you want to look at it like that, the hugest bulk of the 49 seats declared so far, 42 of them are from pro-independent parties. And the union parties so far only represent 7 seats so far, which is very interesting, to say the very least. Yeah, isn't the SNP almost a wasted vote for pro-individuals because they generally do well on constituencies? Yeah, I believe a lot of people have been doing, what was the, like, I've seen a lot of people do Scottish Greens on like the list vote, and then for the other vote, SNP. I've seen that be the tactic a lot of people have used. Reform stole a seat from Captain Beanie in Afan Ogu Ronda. Why? Oh wait, is that a new result? Is that a new result? Let me have a look. Is that a new? Oh yes, that is a new result. Let's have a look.
Do you know well? It starts in Port Talbot, to remind people the geography of it. But then
declared, okay, so 37% to Plaid, 34% to Reform, 17% to Labour, 7% to Conservatives. No, 4% to Conservatives, 4% to Greens, 3% to Lib Dems.
A really big sweep of the South.
So actually, Reform have slightly closed the gap on vote share, 38% to 30% here, but obviously still Plaid leading in most of these constituencies. What's the breakdown of that in terms of? Let me have a look. Let me refresh the page again. Go to Wales. The new one was it over here? I think it's here, isn't it? Oh no, that's Caerphilly. Sorry. What am I doing? Nope. No. Why can't I find it? Am I being dense? Oh, here we go. Here. 3 to Plaid, 2 to Reform, 1 to Labour. So interestingly, in the battle for the 6th seat, in a lot of cases, it's looking like Labour are taking one of the seats off of Reform, which, to be honest, you know what? I'll take that. You know what? Like, fair enough. If they take one off Reform, that's fair enough. I'll let them have that. That's fine. But yeah, I mean, we're starting to really see now the results coming in. Plaid at 19, Reform at 15, Labour at 5, Conservatives at 2, Greens at 1, Lib Dems at 0. Interesting. Very interesting stuff. Still got the bulk of the seats left to declare, still to go. I'm becoming more confident because even in the areas where Plaid and Reform have gotten the same amount of seats, they are winning the popular vote in almost all of them. So I'm becoming confident more so that yes. What am I trying to say? The Plaid are going to win, basically. Sorry, it's because I've been streaming for about 2 hours now, and it's starting to get, it's you start to sort of lose track of your mind after a while. Scotland's still very much in the same place currently. Let's see if there's any other big revelations in England. Are there any big happenings in England? The Greens are about to hit 200 seats by the looks of it, which is good stuff for them. Up 124 seats now. You can start to see, like, if you look here, like, that green line is starting to go up. Are we getting many of the major ones that we were expecting for them yet? I think a lot of the London areas haven't been declared yet, I don't think. a lot of them are still waiting to be declared. So we'll wait and see on that. If there's any major ones for them, I will let you know, because that is kind of the dark horse to watch, really, I think. Because we all knew Reform was going to do well, and obviously the big drama today is definitely the Plaid. You, sir, are very talented. Well, thank you. I'm trying my best. This is my first time doing a stream like this. I've never covered an election in this capacity before. I'm very much enjoying it. I do feel like a BBC presenter, so I'm enjoying it a lot. And if you are enjoying it too, then feel free to like the stream if you are enjoying the coverage. I really do appreciate everyone tuning in today. We are now. I can also report. Hold on. Let me get it up. 2 subscribers away from 2,000. So if any of you can subscribe, your nan, your dog, your auntie, I don't really know, but if anyone hasn't done it, we're about to hit 2,000 subscribers. For reference, in the first full year of Terry's, which if you don't know is my Doctor Who channel, which a lot of you may know me from, in the first year of that channel's existence, it reached 1,700. So in the first 5 months of this, first 4 months of this channel, because it was late January, we have already exceeded that. So if you put it into context, I'm very, very pleased with this channel's results so far, and thank you all for your support. New declaring, read out your worst region. Okay, I am going to click over to there.
Party, Plaid Gominyddol Prydain, 143. 143.
Okay, so it's looking like
Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservatives, 8,555, 8,555. Heritage Party,
I didn't know there was someone just running as a communist.
Pro-family, pro-life, 231, 231. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 31,057, 31,057.
That's a big...
Plaid Werth, Green Party,
that's a chunky number.
3,101. Reform UK Wales, 19,440. 19,440.
That's a big gap.
Socialaidd, 285, 285. The official monster raving loony party.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to get the monster raving loony party.
There we go. 279. Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 4,448.
I love how it's just
4,448. Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democrateg Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 1,591, 1,591. Cyfanswm nifer y bleidleisiafwrwyd ar draws Bangor Conwy Môn oedd, and the total number of valid votes cast across Bangor Conwy Môn was...
Yeah, that's an 11,000 gap, isn't it?
130, 69,130. Cyfanswm nifer y papurau bleidleisio wrthodwyd oedd, the total number of ballot papers rejected was 123, 123. Felly, rwy'n datgan bod sedd yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Bangor Conwy Môn wedi ei ddirannu'r ymgeiswyr rhestr plaid canlynol. Therefore, I declare that the following party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Bangor Conwy Môn constituency. Sedd 1, seat 1, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Rhun ap Iorwerth.
Hey. Oh, is he going to give a speech? I think he will as well, won't he? Because the Reform guy did when he won his seat.
Sedd 2, seat 2, Reform UK Wales, Helen Jenner. Sedd 3, seat 3, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Mai Rowlands. Sedd 4, seat 4, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Elfed Williams. Sedd 5, Seat 5, Reform UK Wales, John Clark.
So I think it's going to be this guy and then one Labour, I think. Again, about a 9% gap in the constituency vote share.
A Sedd 6, Seat 6, Cydwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservatives, Janet Elizabeth Finch-Saunders.
Oh! Oh, it was a Conservative. Okay. I'm not used to them winning things.
A thrwy hyn, rwy'n datgan bod yr ymgeiswyr enwi'r uchod wedi eu hethol yn briodol fel aelodau o'r Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Bangor Conwy Môn. And I hereby declare that the said candidates are duly elected as members of the Senedd for the Bangor Conwy Môn constituency. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you very much. Rwy'n gwahodd yr aelodau etholedig
I'm going to wait and see what Reid says, because obviously he's
I now invite
Blaid
members
Party.
to speak in order of seat allocation.
There we go.
Wel, gai yn gyntaf ddiolch yn fawr iawn i'r swyddog etholiadol a'i dîm, i bawb sydd wedi bod yn cyfri yma yn Llandudno ac i bawb sydd wedi bod yn rhan o'r trefniadau ar draws yr etholaeth a'r heddlu hefyd am sicrhau etholiad effeithlon, democrataidd a diogel. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi i gyd. Mi na diolch i bob un nath gynnig I henw yn yr etholiad yma hefyd a llongyfarch bob un sydd wedi cael I ethol yma y Mangor Conwy Môn. Mae'r gyfrifoldeb yn fawr ar bob un ohonyn nhw, ar bob un ohona ni.
OK, we'll bring you Rhina Beorwerth's speech in full in a bit, but we're just breaking things up because we're getting these declarations coming thick and fast, and we're going to go to Chepstow.
I declare the number of votes recorded for each political party and individual candidate to be as follows.
We'll watch Reid's full speech
indicated,
in a bit.
This will be a bilingual declaration. So Geraint, my Deputy Monitoring Officer, will provide a Welsh translation as we go through the declaration. Geraint.
Diolch. Yr oedd fi, Geraint Brython Edwards, dirprwy swyddog canlyniadau ar gyfer etholaeth Sir Fynwy Torfaen yn datgan bod ni...
Hang on, it's just gone up. So, Plaid 24, Reform 19. Okay, so the Plaid are now having a lead of 5. Currently.
Fer y pleidleisia a gofnodwyd ar gyfer pob plaid wleidyddol ac ymgeisydd unigol fel ag anlyn.
So, the Welsh Conservative Party, number of votes cast, 13,394.
Cydwadwyr Cymreig, 13,394.
Green Party, 6,375.
Y Blaid Werdd, 6,375.
Gwlad Wales Can Be Better, 177.
Gwlad Gall Cymru fod yn well, 177.
Heritage Party, 331.
331.
Open Party, 147.
Plaid Agored, 147.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 18,275.
18,275.
Reform UK, 24,155.
Ooh, that's a Reform win.
155.
In Chepstow.
Welsh Labour, 11,670.
Okay, so the Labour vote held up there,
Llafur
basically.
Cymru, 11,672.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, 2,742.
Democratiaeth Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 2,742.
Lewis, Owen, Independent, 393.
Annibynnol, 393.
Poole, Welsh, Independent, 45.
Annibynnol, 45.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was 170.
Roedd y cyfanswm nifer y papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd yn 170.
The following individual candidates and party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Syfynwy Torfaen constituency.
Mae'r ymgeiswyr unigol a'r ymgeiswyr rhestr bleidiol canlynol
so it's again, it's 2 Reform, 2 Plaid, 1 Labour and 1 Conservative.
Ar gyfer etholaeth Sir Fynwy Torfaen.
I'm going to leave that there because there's so many other races to get to and other things to get to as well. But so basically another 2 each. But obviously in that case, Reform 1. I think that is that Chepstow? I think it was. So yeah. Not great, but then again, also, you know, there hasn't been one yet where Reform have won more than Plaid. Even where they've got more of the vote, the seat number has been the same as a result of it being proportional. So if I go over to Wales quickly, you can see here, obviously, Plaid on 24, Reform on 19, Labour on 6, Conservative on 4, Greens on 1. If I go into Wales, you can see that in each of them, in none of them have Reform gained like a majority of the MSs. In most cases, it'll be like obviously either neck and neck, or you know Reform will end up with 2, or in some cases 1. But like there have always been Reform candidates in the seats. Again, starting to fill out here. You can start to see it on the parliamentary picture. Obviously, again, you know, Plaid is looking in a strong position, but obviously, you know, nothing is guaranteed as of yet. It is closer than I would like. But then again, I think any seat more than 1 would be higher than I would like for Reform to be getting. Says 2K subs. Does it? Does it say it? It does. There you go. 2,000 subscribers. We did it. Next up, 3,000. I'm going to keep going. I'm really going to keep going with this channel. I think you can tell I've been absolutely having the whale of a time covering this stuff. It's really given me like a new, you know, outlet, a new bit of enthusiasm for not only just like obviously politics, but also just content creation in general. Like it's so different from what I would like previously cover, and I think that has really helped, especially in a phase where Doctor Who, which is my other love, is in a bit of a lull period at the moment. Vote Labour, get Reform. Yeah, that is very true. In some cases. The click-through for Wales is similar for England and Scotland below the list of members of the Senate. Thank you. Thank you. Great stream, by the way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm really pleased by how many people have come to watch it, because I wasn't expecting I wasn't sure what to expect. Oh, here we go. This is interesting, actually. The BBC projected about 10 minutes ago that that the SNP will fall short of their majority. However, they are still sweeping it, so it's not, even though they will fall short of their majority, they will be by far the largest party, and it doesn't look like it's going to be close. Again, worth noting here, I don't believe a single Reform candidate has made it in, and apparently the Reform leader also didn't make it in Scotland, which is very funny. Let's have another look at Scotland. See if there's a more up-to-date picture. Scotland, yeah, 45 to the SNP, down 2, but like, doesn't really matter, does it? Oh, what was that? Oh, it's my speaker. I was like, what is that? The Liberal Democrats on 4, Conservatives on 3, Labour on 2, and Scottish Greens on 1. Where's the Scottish one? Yeah, you can start to see here. The SNP are just kind of like miles ahead. It's not even really close. I'm not sure I'm so convinced by the fact that they won't gain a majority. They're pretty close, and they're still over half of the seats to declare. I guess in fairness, maybe it's in less SNP leaning areas, maybe. But I don't know, I could still see a scenario where they get it. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, the BBC probably know better than me, but like, I don't know, they seem to be doing very well to me. It seems a bit early to write off the idea of them falling short of the majority at this point. Yeah, very, you know, very much a border region, yeah, sort of Chepstowish area, isn't it? So it's like, yeah. Yeah, no, they don't get any. They don't get any. Seats from the list vote. Because I've heard as well, obviously, that the Greens have done very well on the list vote, but obviously, yeah. The voting system is designed to favour coalition politics, and so SNP getting a majority is very rare. That's true. The only reason I'm mentioning SNP majority is that they said that if they win a majority, that will give them a strong enough case to argue their claim for a second Scottish independence referendum. That's basically what they said, is if you give us a majority, we will basically campaign for another referendum, because there'll be a sign basically that there's strong enough desire in Scotland for a another independence referendum. And I'm still not completely ruling out a majority for the SNP at this point in time. They seem to be doing very well to me, but maybe the BBC know more than I do. They probably do, but I don't know. To me, they look to be doing extremely well. I was joking the other day about Wales having previously been a one-party state, but that is even more true for Scotland of recent, with the SNP just asserting their dominance. Ooh, look at this. The map of seats in Manchester that were up for election this time. Oh my god. Good lord. That green wave in Manchester is insane. Look at this. So this is the Manchester seats that were up for contention. Look at this. 2023, basically all red. And then look at 2026. You've got, I think, is that Conservative? I think it is. I can't tell whether it's Conservative blue or sort of Reform teal. I think it's Conservative blue. But look at the Greens making in like really serious.
They're really handy in terms of just giving you a sense of the change in the political geography that we're looking at right now. 2023, so the last time these seats were all up. Look at the map. Look at the map of Manchester, ward by ward. And now look this time around. Insane. Just look at how much that's shifted. Look at how much green there is. Look at how much turquoise there is for Reform.
Oh, it is turquoise, okay. And I couldn't tell whether that was turquoise or blue. I couldn't tell. The problem with them having such similar colours is like I can't tell the difference half the time.
Some pockets of Labour, but just the change here. And obviously this is happening gradually with these local elections. It depends on different parts of the...
Sorry, I love the Polanski message on the side. My message to Keir Starmer is it's time to go. The country has clearly rejected you. I mean, oof, that's rough. But I mean, you can't really argue with it, can you? At this stage, it's
in London. It's all of the members being voted for this, but this time around, it's just a third. But before, I think
that is an insane. Like, look at that. That is insane. That's Manchester, by the way. Labour Heartland, Andy Burnham. Like that's King of the North's area, and it's collapsed. The fact is that the abhorrent Unionist BBC will be hoping they don't get a majority. That is true. That is very true. The turquoise is a shade of blue. I think that's because they're so close together colour-wise. Sometimes when I'm looking at like graphs, I'm like, I can't tell which is which. I promise I'm not colourblind. There'll be a strong pro-independency parliament there. That is true. Even if they don't get a majority, it's very much more the weighting of the parliament will be a lot more pro it than anti it. And I mean, the thing is, the point I always make is that how many elections do the SNP have to win before you accept that, like, there's clearly an appetite for a second one? I think the real reason they don't want to give them a second one is pretty obvious. They fear that if a second one was granted, they would leave. You know, I think that's pretty obviously the reason. Otherwise, I think they would have given one by now. But yeah, it's Scotland is pretty much playing out how I expected it would. Wales is closer than I would like, of course, as someone who lives here, but obviously Plaid are beginning to eke out their victory. The Greens have crossed 228 seats. Reform UK on 800. How many seats are left to declare currently, actually? That's a good question. In England specifically. Why can't I see the number of seats left? Does it not say? It says 84 out of 136 councils, but it doesn't give you a number of the seats, the individual seats, which is a bit annoying. But we are past the halfway point for the English councils. Interesting. So here's obviously the question now is obviously I think we're still waiting on a couple of the green strong areas, I think, aren't we? I think. Yeah. You can see here as well, obviously, Suffolk and Essex have gone to Reform council-wise. As I said, in terms of councils, I think it's mostly the same. 18 for Labour, down 14. Lib Dems on 11, up 1. Conservatives on 7, down 3. Reform on 5, up 5. And then 43 are no party majority, which is insane. I really don't see how that's sustainable. I think there's going to need to be some sort of reform to the system there. I wonder what it's going to be like when Plaid, SNP and Sinn Féin are in power at the same time. I actually would like to do a video about this specifically and about what, the fact that in basically all of the devolved nations now, we are on track to have pro-independence governments in their respective parliaments. I don't think that they will grant Wales one anytime soon, like an independence referendum. To be honest, I wouldn't want them to grant one yet anyway, because I think you need to build out the support for it more first. Wales is generally more cautious at the idea of it than Scotland has historically been. Not least because we have, I think, the oldest population of the UK, and the UK already has quite an old population, but even within the UK, I think Wales is the oldest. So it's going to take some convincing. As an Englishman living in Scotland, I would vote yes to independence. Well, one of the funniest things, and it was one of the first videos that did really well on this channel, was me reacting to Wes Streeting's comments about Scottish independence. And he was saying that, think about what the UK has been through in the last 14 years. We've had austerity, Liz Truss, Boris Johnson, Brexit, COVID, etc., etc., etc. It's you do realise that, most of those things were all your guys', that was all Westminster's fault, right? So you're not actually making the case for us to stay. If anything, it's making the idea of us leaving all of that more desirable. Even if the SNP do get a majority, there's nothing forcing Westminster to listen to them, which is part of the problem. That's the thing. I feel like that shouldn't be a thing, right? I feel like there should be a mechanism by which they basically are forced to let them have one. Obviously, there isn't that, but... you can see as well, the Labour leader of Keir Starmer's local council, Camden, has failed to win his seat, with the entire ward he stood in being won by the Greens. Richard Olszewski did a chicken run to what was thought of as a safer seat to avoid the Lib Dems, but has lost to the Greens. That's hilarious. That's just hilarious. Very, very funny. Very, very funny. I agree, Sonic. Anyone who loves Plaid Cymru is my friend without introduction. I agree. I don't know where that tweet's come from, but I agree. There we go. I do think it's interesting, and this is one of the other things I want to talk about. I think so often the notion of, that's the speaker again, the notion of nationalism is so often associated with right-wing sort of movements, right? But in the UK, pretty much all of its major nationalism movements, obviously, Welsh nationalism, Scottish nationalism, Northern Ireland as well, they're more left-wing orientated, and I'm wondering if the reason for that is because England is more right, which leads us to rebel in the other way. SNP are nowhere near 50% and popular vote is probably down. That is true, but you can't deny it's still an easy victory for them, and it isn't even really close. Plaid are doing really well because of Labour being rejected and Stop Reform. No real appetite for Welsh independence. No, but the point of, I think the point that the Plaid leader is, Rhian ap Iorwerth is saying is basically we can use that time to build the case for it. it's worth remembering as well that as I think it was Dreaded Scotsman pointed out, the support for independence in Scotland was at 15% by the time at the time the first referendum was called. By the time of the referendum itself, it was at 45%. So it's worth saying that, a lot can change in a few years. Also, same in Quebec, quite centre-left, left-wing separatist parties. Yeah, I'm wondering but though, having said that, though, isn't Canada more left-wing historically? So that's even more interesting if the nationalism in that area is left-wing for like Quebec and stuff, because obviously Canada as a whole has been quite left for quite some time. Because my logic was that, like, if England is going right, because obviously historically lots of Tories being voted in, then that would have obviously made sense to me that, like, it would have been a rebellious thing. Whereas if Canada is left, and then also Quebec, independents are also left, that's kind of interesting to me. How's it looking? Let's have a look at the overall picture of things at the moment. We have, alright, let's start off with England. 819 to Reform UK, 500, so up 817, 525 to Liberal Democrats, up 63, 473 to Conservatives, down 386, 468 to Labour, down 627, 233 to the Greens, up 161, and Independents 95, down 11. Following on into Scotland, we have 47 seats for the SNP, 4 seats for the Lib Dems, 3 seats for the Conservatives, 2 seats for Labour, and 1 seat for Green. And then Wales, I don't think there's been any more movement, has there? I don't believe there has, from when we last checked. We're looking at 24 for Plaid Cymru, 19 for Reform, 6 for Labour, 4 for Conservative, 1 for Green. So that's the state of play so far. Oh, here we go. Breaking, the BBC projects Plaid Cymru will be the largest party in Wales. Now the focus turns to coalition possibilities. Yes, this is very much the case. I'm hoping the Greens pick up a couple more, because I'd rather, work with the Greens at the moment, personally. But, we'll see what happens there. So I think most of the projections are about right from what we've been seeing. Candidates in Ilan Morgan's count now given the figures. Paul Davis of the Conservatives looks happy. If he's in, Ilan Morgan is out. Won't be long. Should I turn on BBC to see what they're saying? Actually, if we're about to get the this could be a moment. This could be a huge moment if it's announced that Elan's
remarkable,
seat is
isn't it? Is this just DeHont doing its thing, so to speak?
Yeah, it's
or a bit of Plaid overperforming as well.
It's Laura, as I was explaining, it is because basically we're anticipating that both Labour and the Conservatives are going to do pretty badly, so they're beginning to fail to pick up seats in some constituencies, and that then our estimates for the Greens are somewhat lower than some of the polls have been saying. And one of the pollsters that actually did come up with relatively high figure for Plaid Cymru made this point absolutely crucially, that actually it's not just a question of how far ahead Plaid are of reform that will determine how close they are to a majority. It's also how badly or otherwise the smaller parties do. And it looks as though, if we are right, that indeed it's badly with a capital B.
I'm just going to dive in there. The DeHont, we've talked about it a couple of times.
Forecast predicts Plaid to win 41, between 41 and 46 seats. If it gets to 46, that is a great position for Plaid to be in, because 49 is needed for a majority. We already have one Green MS, and with cooperation agreements with Labour as well, that would effectively make a very strong. Even 41 would be a fairly good result, because that would only need 8 for a majority. So, I mean, it's possible as well that, like, with those sort of numbers, Plaid could potentially govern solo as well, just with, like, you know, agreements and stuff. So, yeah.
This is the mathematical formula which decides the distribution of votes, which we've got with this new voting system. Anyone who wants to find out more about it, go to the BBC Wales News website.
That would be a lot less, which is very good. Like, let's say, on the low end, let's say that Plaid get 41 and Reform get 32. That would be a 9-seat difference. On the high end, if Plaid get 46 and Reform get 34, that's a 12-seat difference, which is pretty good. It would still put Reform comfortably as the largest party, though. I'm going to keep an eye on the BBC News reporting just to see if they announce Eleanor Morgan, the current First Minister's seat. It's looking like Plaid is win. It's looking like Plaid is going to win. It's looking like Plaid is going to win. I'm not going to count that in yet because you just don't know for certain, but I'm expecting the Greens to pick up sweets. Yeah, get some sweets, get some Haribo, get some seats in Swansea and in the rest of Cardiff. That would make sense to me. Cardiff particularly, I think I could expect them to get a couple more. Rupert Lowe has failed to win a single councillor. When can we expect his big resignation? What, even in... Because they're only running in Great Yarmouth, aren't they? Did they not win any in Great Yarmouth? Rough. It looks like Restore Britain might be needing to, I don't know, restore its dignity at some point. But I don't know, I was trying to think of a good pun there and I couldn't really. It wasn't really coming to me. New declaration. Thank you. Is it Ilaned's seat? I was waiting on that.
John Curtis, thank you very much indeed. An election wouldn't be election without hearing from John Curtis. Very quickly, Fliss, because we're just about to go to a declaration.
I tell you what, go to the declaration and I'll give you my thoughts afterwards.
Candide Fanon Tav.
Oh, this is mine.
Declare that the number of votes recorded for each political party and individual candidate is as follows.
This is mine.
Rwy fi Paul Odras, swyddog canlyniadau ar gyfer etholaeth Caerdydd Fanon Taf.
Yeah, I think it is.
Datgan nifer y pleidleisiau a gyfynwyd ar gyfer pob plaid wleidyddol a phob ymgeisydd unigol fel y ganlyn.
Welsh Conservatives, 8,479 votes.
Higher than I expected.
Ceidwadwyr Cymraeg, Welsh Conservatives, 8,479 o bleidleisiau.
Heritage Party, 208 votes.
Heritage Party, 208.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 32,617 votes.
Ooh, that's a big one. That's a big one.
Cymru, the Party of Wales, 32,617 o bleidleisiau.
Ooh, that's a big one. That's a big one.
Well, we mean business, 561 votes.
Propel o ddyfrif dros Gymru, 561 o bleidleisiau.
Reform UK Wales, 17,335
Ooh, that's a big gap. That's a major gap. My constituency's woke.
UK Wales, 17,335 o bleidleisiau.
Wales Green Party, 9,036 votes.
Ooh, okay.
Plaid Werdd Cymru, 9,036 o bleidleisiau.
Welsh Labour, 11,261 votes.
Third.
Llafur Cymru, 11,261 o bleidleisiau.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, 8,442 votes.
Do you know what? Yeah, no.
Democratiaid Federal Cymru, 8,442.
Oh.
Welsh Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 125 votes.
Welsh Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 125 o bleidleisio.
Yeah, that's a big gap.
Lawrence Douglas
Gwynn,
156 votes.
Lawrence Douglas Gwynn, 156.
The following party list candidates have been allocated
let's see
a
how
seat
it's
in the Senedd for the Caerdydd Ffynnon Taf constituency.
I'm very happy with that, though.
Seat 1, Plaid Cymru, David Tristan Davis.
Come on.
Madam Geiswyr Rhestr Plaid Cynlynol wedi cael sedd yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Caerdydd Ffynnon Taf, sedd 1, Plaid Cymru, David Tristan Davis.
Seat 2, Reform UK Wales, Kai Thomas Parry Jones.
OK, I promise we will give you the exact tally there of what's been declared, because we're going to go to Llandysil and the declaration of Ceredigion Penfro, which is where the First Minister stands.
Oh, this is the First Minister's one. OK, fair enough. This could be it. This could be Welsh Labour Portillo moment. Here we go.
He's just about to, once he sorts his glasses out.
There we go.
Yes. OK. I think we're ready to go.
Ar gyfer etholaeth Ceredigion Penfro yn etholiad I Senedd Cymru yn datgan bod nifer y pleidleisiau fwrwyd fel y ganlyn. I, Ivan Evans, returning officer for the Ceredigion Penfro constituency for the Senedd Cymru election, declare that the number of votes recorded are as follows. Cydwadwyr Cymreig,
Welsh the Greens won a second seat.
14,789, 14,789. Gwlad gall Cymru fod yn well. Gwlad Wales can be better. 802.
14,000 votes for the Conservatives. Very
Heritage
high.
Party, keep our countryside green. 442. 442. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales. 31,943.
31,000.
31,943.
My God, it's a sweep.
Plaid Werdd Cymru, Wales Green Party, 6,324. 6,324.
Okay.
Reform UK, 23,003. 23,003.
Okay.
Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 6,495. 6,495.
Oh, only just
Welsh
more than the
Liberal
Greens.
Democrats, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 4,613. 4,613. Ceri Arran, Independent, 368. 368. Chadzi George Alexander, Independent, 286. 286.
Yeah.
The gap's gone to 8%.
OK, so, well, look, confirmation there. Well, she's not looking too happy, is she, the First Minister
Yeah,
there?
no. Wonder why.
Plaid Cymru, 31,000 there in Ceredigion Penfro, huge tally, and we're just waiting for the full declaration of exactly who's been voted in there. But a huge story of the day, Felicity, isn't it, from Llandysil?
The Greens almost outperformed Labour in that constituency. There were, you know, what, not even 200 votes in it, if my maths is
170, I think.
Is correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely extraordinary collapse in the Labour vote there. No wonder Eluned Morgan is looking so glum. I mean, that really puts the tin hat on what has been an absolutely catastrophic day for
Yeah, and that will be the symbol of this defeat, I think, Nick. It's much, much bigger than Eluned Morgan losing her seat. But if you want a symbol of what this will look like, what will appear on the front pages tomorrow, it will be Labour loses and First Minister loses her seat. The two will be enmeshed and entwined. We were talking earlier, weren't we, about moments in history. Hiwaranka Davis conceding, what was it, 20 to 12 this morning. We are 5 to 5 now, and the First Minister loses her seat in a Labour thrashing.
There's the figure there, 6,495 Labour votes. Plaid Cymru over, well, nearly 32,000. Obviously, it goes through the formula to work out exactly who's being voted in there. But that vote share,
10% vote share gap.
36% Labour, 7%. I mean, it's
And this was always the risk for Labour when
Labour
when they were polling around, you know,
so yeah, you got
11
3
to
Plaid, 2
13%.
Reform,
We
1
knew
Conservative.
that in some areas where there
That's
was
insane.
a party
The
as prominent as Plaid,
seat has not returned a single Labour member of the Senate. Not a single one. That's brutal. That is insane. Like, there's no other way I can really say it. The gap has gone to 9%. If we look at the overall thing here, we can see the tally. I like to look at the tally on this website. 30 to Plaid Cymru, 22 to Reform, 7 to Labour, 5 to the Conservative, 2 to the Greens. So we only need 19 more. They only need 19 more for a majority. It's looking tight, but it's not impossible. There's about 30 seats left to declare. Where is left to declare currently? Let's have a look. Okay, so we've got a couple of northern areas. We've got as well, a couple of northern areas. I think they always do well by here, I think. Plaid, if I remember correctly. Where's this? This is Swansea, I think. So yeah, I'm also terrible at geography, by the way. In fact, I'm going to put I won't share it on screen, but I'm going to double check that I did get my constituency right. I believe I did. So I'm just going to put my postcode in to make sure that is the case. Yep, it was. My one was the woke one that was like only had one Reform candidate, which I will take, and one Green as well. That was the one that did the second Green candidate, I think. We did that. We're part of the 32k Canaries. We are. Hey, you got 2k. Well done. Thank you. Oh, I'm so happy. Now, judging by the way the papers currently are, they'll just go on about how well Reform have done and ignore how well Plaid do against Labour. I don't think they can, though, because the story of Labour losing Wales is so catastrophic for them. I think they have to cover it. Oh, this is really funny. Carlotta Allen, who was defamed by Labour in a grotesque attack ad, has won her election in Lambeth. Allen won her seat alongside Serafina Spicer in Brixton Windrush Ward. There you go. Yeah, insane results. Let's have a look actually at the other parts of the nation. Obviously, I'm very focused on Wales at the moment. That is, I think, the most exciting race, and also the one that means the most to me personally as well. But you can see if we go to England, we're looking at 892 for Reform, 542 for the Lib Dems, 509 for Labour, down 680. The Conservatives down 425, the Greens 253, up 179. Councillors, Independents on 99, up, down 17. Sorry. So yeah, the English picture is starting to stabilise here. I think the main takeaways for me are the gains, obviously, in Reform, obviously goes without saying. The gains of the Greens as well. The Greens are gaining ground, and also just the collapse of these two is insane. The Lib Dems putting in a good showing as well, although they were always going to. They always do well in locals. The SNP, meanwhile, have gone up to 49 seats, meaning that they are just 16 seats short of a majority at the current time, and they are still there's still about half of the seats left to declare. So I think they actually could get a majority. I'm not ruling that out. The Scottish Greens have gained their second seat as well. And obviously Labour on to Reform UK, 0 for Reform in Scotland. Seems that Scotland really did heed the warning of them being English nationalists. They really, the idea of them being English nationalists really has put them off, I think. That attack line has probably worked. If you look as well with this result, obviously 2 Green MSs now as well. It's looking increasingly likely that like Plaid have got this. And obviously with the combined additions of whatever Labour and the Greens end up with in the end, seems pretty certain now that's going to be the result. But again, I want to wait until everything is counted so we can finally look at the result in the end. But seems pretty likely that's going to be the result. You're missing the point, though. Reform will come through on the other lists. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean with regards to Scotland? Or do you mean in general? Well, Eilioned Morgan is off to the Lords. Yeah, I mean, I would scrap the House of Lords as well while we were there, but that's a topic for another day. Scotland. I mean, yeah, they might do, but like, the ultimate thing is they've not won a single. They've not won a single. What's it? Like a parliamentary. They've not won a single seat in Holyrood, and they are looking unlikely to. Yeah, they might do well in the. What's it? Is it the regional? Or is it? But like, I don't know. I think to me it's looking pretty glum for the Scottish reform. I don't know. I don't think it's looking that good. Do you think is that getting flack from the media affected how well the Greens have done? I don't think it's made that much of a difference, if I'm being honest. I think a lot of the people who would have been put off by a lot of the Green attacks wouldn't have voted Green anyway. I think that's my honest kind of take from it. Is like, I think that all those attacks really did is entrench people who were never going to vote for them anyway, and like, you know, embolden the people who were. Like, I don't really think. Yeah, does that make sense? The fat Starmer still wants to stay on after this is delusional. Well implied, very happy with the Greens. Got the seats we hoped. Hope Wales can emulate Scotland in the general election. Me too. Me too. I would much prefer a Scotland-esque result to what we have, but I will take what we have over the alternative any day of the week. Obviously, by that I mean, of course, you know, just a clearer majority, but or a clearer, you know, victory. But I will still take that. I would love if I could say at the end of today that there were going to be 0 reform MSs, but that was never going to happen, unfortunately. Reform will get around 20 seats on the PR. Okay. How does it actually work? I still need to kind of like... Can someone break down the difference for me? Like, in terms of how do they actually get into Holyrood specifically? Is it on the regional or is it on the constituency? I'm still a little bit confused on that. I'll be honest. Both. Okay, so it's both. Okay, thank you. I was just a little bit confused on that, so thank you for clarifying. Constituency is first most. Why do you think reform have kind of surged in England and Wales? General dissatisfaction with the status quo is that they are seen as the biggest anti-establishment, screw the main parties vote. For a long time prior to the Green surge, they were seen as really the only outlet for that. Combine that with, obviously, unfortunately, like, a lot of the public have genuinely been convinced that, like, immigration is the biggest problem in the country, which I don't think it is, but a lot of people have been convinced of that. Alongside, as well, just, as I said, general dissatisfaction with the status quo, the feeling that they've been let down. Do you think it's a Labour Tory issue or a Starmer-Badenoch issue? I think that question can be kind of split up between the two. Hang on, I need to blow my nose. Sorry about that. Oh, apologies. I think the question can be split into the two. So, with Labour, I think it's both a Labour and a Starmer issue, but more of a Starmer issue, in so much as I think current Labour is Keir Starmer. Does that make sense? You can't really separate the two. With the Tories, I think it's more just like the Tories generally, and I don't think it would have mattered too much who was leading them. I don't think Badenoch's particularly likeable, but I think that, yeah, I think that the Tories were going to struggle to rebuild any form of like electoral, like, you know, sort of coalition after the 2024 general. I think they were always going to struggle. Still waiting for my constituency, Gwynedd Maldwyn. Plaid was slightly ahead in the polls. So, well, fingers crossed for you. As soon as we get it, I will bring it. Thank you so much to Adam Townsend Cinema, I think it is, who is just like telling me whenever there's a new one. I really appreciate that. So it's helping me to keep on top of everything. I've really been enjoying this. I hope you've been enjoying it. I've had a lot of fun. I will definitely be doing these for future elections, as and when they come. The SNP are just 14 seats off of their majority, it seems now. Wales still the same. I don't think anything new has been declared yet. I think mostly the same in England as well. Let's see if there's any other things to bring you in the meantime. But yeah, I think this is a seismic day. Like, this is worse for Labour than even I was expecting. Oh, hang on. Labour have lost the Lewisham mayoralty to Green Party's Liam Shivastava. Oh, sorry. Oh, I think I... Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Greens on 35,000, Labour on 30,000, Reform on 7,000, Lib Dems on 6,000, Conservatives on 4,000. Oh my good lord. Oh my god, since the creation of the Post in 2002, Labour have always held it. This is apocalyptic. Like, some of these results, they're not just in seats that, you know, or places that, like, Labour have recently won. They're in places that Labour have always, since the beginning of time, or since the beginning of electoral politics and the existence of the Labour Party, won. You know, this isn't normal midterm or, you know, mid-parliament blues. This is catastrophic. I would fully expect more MPs, more Labour MPs to announce their intention to say that Starmer should resign. We've already seen a couple of them do it. Why are Greens doing so well? Kind of shocking. I think the main thing is just there's a lot of people on the left who felt very disenfranchised. Yeah, no, I saw that as well. I think a lot of people are very disenfranchised with Labour because they shifted rightward towards the right under Keir Starmer, and a lot of those voters, particularly who are very enthused by Jeremy Corbyn, have not left, but they didn't, you know, they either didn't vote in 2024 or they did vote for Greens, but obviously the Greens weren't as big of a factor in 2024. The combination of that and Zach Polanski just being a generally charismatic leader, and as well, like, I think them just genuinely having some good messaging has really helped them. I can't stand the Greens, I'd rather have Starmer. Well, I mean, I don't think you're going to have Starmer for much longer. I'm going to be real. I like, he's going to try and cling on, but I don't know how much longer he can. I wanted to talk about this because this is pretty funny, though. Reform UK's leader in Scotland, Malcolm Offord, has failed to win in Inverclyde, coming third behind Labour and the victorious SNP. Lol. Very, 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 very funny. It feels so surreal to see Welsh Labour is finally defeated, ending 100 years of dominance. I know. For my adult life, for my entire life, I mean, for most people's entire lives, Labour have been the party in Wales. No more. I won't quit, Liz Truss, days before the announcement she'd quit as PM, but at this point, it doesn't matter what Starmer says. Yeah, I think they are going to start circling properly. He will get elected on the list, yes, but it is very funny that he lost in the constituency one. That is still very funny. She's resigned as Welsh Labour leader and First Minister. Lamau. Wait, let's see that. It's their let me get Eluned Morgan. Oh, hang on, here we go. This is interesting, sorry. Based on today's results, Sky News have done a poll, and they have said Sky News projects the UK would have a hung parliament with Reform as the largest party if today's general election would play out. Interesting. So if you look here, it's putting, obviously, Reform on 284, Labour on 110, Conservatives 96, Lib Dems on 80, SNP on 36, Plaid Cymru on 13, up 9, the Greens similarly on 13, up 9, and Other on 18, down 5. I think the Green result will be higher than that, but I've said before, I don't think any party is going to get close to a majority. Like, even if, even with like Reform, obviously, if we look there, then that would be, 42 seats short of a majority. Obviously, the Conservatives could plug that gap, which would be a nightmare. However, actually, I just realised I wasn't sharing the screen. There we go. But I don't think any party is going to get a majority. I really don't. I just don't see it. Would love to see Morgan McSweeney's face right now. Yeah, I would love to see that too. I would also love to see Peter Mandelson's face, although he might have other things on his mind, to be fair. Let's have a look and see if there's any more that's going on. Reform are up to 908 council seats. Lib Dems are up to 559, up 70. Labour are now down over 700 council seats to 542. Conservatives are on 502, down 438. The Greens are up 195 to 270, and Independents on 102, down 16. You can see here how the Welsh Parliament and Scottish Parliaments are shaping out. Very, very interesting stuff. I think there is just a new announcement, so I'm just going to double check that. I've got notifications of that Politics UK account. Oh, here we go, yep. Just as I predicted, Conor Naismith has become the 5th Labour MP to call for Keir Starmer to resign. With regret, it is clear to me that we need new leadership which is capable of bringing the country together, a broad coalition of voters to stop the Thatcherite politics of Reform UK. So that's the 5th Labour MP to now call for his resignation. Pretty major stuff. I'm trying to see, where Eluned Morgan resigned, but I can't seem to find that. Was there a speech saying she resigned? I can't tell. Flintshire is declared, thank you.
Plaid Worth, Pedwar Mil, Dai, Gant Een, Deg Now, 4,219. Heritage Party.
The Conservative vote is holding up better than I thought it would.
352. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Dau, Deg, Dau, Mil Pimp, Cant, Wyth, Deg 3. 22,583. Reform UK, Dau Deg Pimp, Mil Saith, Cant Pedwar Deg Un.
What's interesting there is that the Conservatives...
741.
Oh wait, actually no. Oh, sorry, I thought that was Deg Pimp. Sorry, that was... I should have celebrated too soon.
Welsh Labour,
so they are ahead there.
Clavier Cymru, 8,003 Cant Un Deg Pedwar, 8,314. Welsh Liberal Democrats.
That's interesting though, that the Conservatives managed to stick with 16,000 votes despite...
Dau Mil 3 Cant Pimp Deg Pimp, 2,355. Cyrfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau y fwriwyd a draws clwyd 8.
Oh, it's gone up again.
Saith deg naw mil saith cant pimp deg saith, and the total number of valid votes cast across Clwyd was 79,757. Cyfanswm nifer y papurau pleidleisio ar ffodwyth
3 reform, 2 plaid. Okay, that's the one that reform is ahead, I think.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was 166. Felly rwy'n datgan bod seddi yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Clwyd wedi dyrannu i'r ymgeiswyr.
Okay, so I'll leave that there, but we'll look at the names later if we want to take a look. But that does change the overall picture. I think you've mainly been able to figure that out now. If we go over to Wales, Plaid on 32, Reform on 25, Labour on 7, Conservatives on 5, Greens on 2, and Lib Dems on 1. Of course, as I say, 49 seats are needed for a majority. That's becoming unlikely now. There's about 24 seats left to declare, and they would need to win. Plaid would need to win, I'm not good at maths, 17 of them to get a majority, which is not impossible, but it's unlikely. But I don't think they would even need to at this point. It would just need to be enough. You know what I mean? It would just need to be enough, and stop reforms advance enough to basically, secure it. And obviously as well, they would have help from the Greens and likely Labour as well. So there you go. Yeah, the Plaid are basically the Welsh equivalent of the SNP, essentially. Probably a bit more left than the SNP, but generally kind of Brecon is declaring, okay, back over I go. Hold on.
Comes inland to areas like Llangollen, one of these big constituencies.
They haven't moved over yet.
Right, and I'm sorry, they're relentless at the moment. We're going to go to Brycheiniog Tawynedd and Builth Wells.
For the Brycheiniog Tawynedd constituency, declare that the number of votes recorded for each political party and individual candidate is as follows.
Yr wyf fi, Emma Palmer, swyddog canlyniadau ar gyfer etholaeth Brycheiniog Tawynedd yn datgan bod nifer y pleidleisiau a gofnodwyd ar gyfer pob plaid wleidyddol ac ymgeisydd unigol fel y ganlyn.
Welsh Conservatives, 6,821.
Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, 6,821.
Gwlad Wales Can Be Better, 204.
Gwlad Gall Cymru fod yn well, 204.
Heritage Party, 275.
Plaid Dreftadaeth, 275.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 23,276.
Plaid Cymru, 23,276.
Reform UK Wales, 26,897.
Reform UK Cymru, 26,897.
Wales Green Party, 5,405.
Plaid Werdd Cymru, 5,405.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Lib
Welsh
Dems.
Christian Party, proclaiming Christ's Lordship, 456.
Plaid
I love how there was like two claps for them.
Ar glwyddiaeth Crist, 456.
Welsh Labour, 7,086.
Llafur Cymru, 7,086.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, 9,549.
Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 9,549.
Bainham Beverly Jane, 586.
Bainham Beverly Jane, 586.
Hale Joe, 225.
Hale Joe, 225.
Richards Dye, 316.
Okay, I'm going to move on because I think there's a lot of. I didn't realise how many candidates there were.
And
okay.
the total number of valid votes cast across Brycheiniog,
I think it's this, yeah, no, it is 3 reform 2.1. Okay, that's fine. Let me go over to here. So yeah, obviously now we are looking at 37 to Plaid, 30 to Reform, 8 to Labour, 6 to Conservative, 2 to Green, 1 to Lib Dem. Meaning now that, like I say, I think actually, if you combine the, obviously, 39, 47, so if you combine the Plaid, Labour and Green vote, you get to 47. So to be fair, Plaid would only need to get 2 more for at least a majority Plaid government to govern with the support of Labour and the Greens. So yeah, but obviously we don't know what's going to happen yet. There's still 12 seats left to declare, but we're definitely in the end game now for Wales, and it is looking like Plaid have won it. Elsewhere in Scotland, we are at 53 seats for the SNP. Is that right? Yeah, 53. Oh, yeah, 53 seats for the SNP. 65 needed for majority. Still half of the seats to go. They only need 11 more. They only need 11 more to get a majority. I still think there's a shot, you know. I've said that a couple of times this stream, but I still think there's a shot. And then in England, you've got, obviously, Reform UK are approaching 1,000 council seats, 926, up 924. Labour, 597, down 746. Liberal Democrats, 581, up 78. Conservatives, 514, down 440. Greens, 288, now officially past the 200 seat gain mark. And Independents, 108, down 10. Elsewhere in the actual councils overall, the councils that have changed hands. So Labour have got 20 councils, down 16. Lib Dems have got 12. They've added a council to their repertoire. Conservatives on 7, down 4, and Reform on 6, up 6. And Hung increasing to 45 councils. So that is the state of play at the moment. The Sky News one is further ahead, has Reform at 1,000 already. Okay, interesting. Wait, I thought we just did Brecon, or am I wrong? Did we not just do Brecon?
Resigning as Welsh Labour leader, saying that she
I think we just did.
Responsibility.
Sorry, I think I was behind. The gap between Plaid and Reform is closing. It is, but I think it might be too late now. Oh, that's unfortunate for you. Reform of 1 3 seats in my constituency. Brion Ternode, with Plaid on 2. It was expected, but I was hoping for a Plaid rally. The sickening lack of criticism for Reform in the media establishment politics really is painful to watch. Maybe these results will draw a bit more criticism. I doubt it. I think a lot of the media wants Reform to win. The union seems done anyway. Separatists in every other country than England. Just be done with it already. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that the union is it's on the clock, I would say. Like, oh, here we go. Keir Starmer has thanked Eluned Morgan, who has just resigned as Welsh Labour leader after losing her Senedd seat. Eluned was a formidable First Minister and tireless champion for Wales. I have no doubt her contribution to Wales will endure. Awkward. She called the national result catastrophic, confirmed she is stepping down as Welsh Labour leader, and says she takes full responsibility. Yeah, insane. So it's looking to me like Plaid will win Wales. Elsewhere, it's looking like the Green Party has won a majority on Norwich Council, a majority of 3 seats. So for comparison, this was Norwich Council in 2022 compared to 2026. Insane difference. In fact, can we have a look? So is that like a new council gained for the Greens? I think it might be. Is that a new council for the Greens? I think it is, right? Could be wrong. In terms of sustained electoral success, possibly dominance. Who are we referring to now? The best way to achieve Welsh murder is the slow decoupling method, where we slowly get more powers devolved until we're basically separate. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. I generally find as well, even if we aren't independent for the foreseeable, it seems like Scotland get a better deal of things from Westminster because the SNP complain more. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing. That's what I want us to do as well. So I'm hoping that the Plaid Cymru government will basically, you know, fight the Westminster government to be like, actually, give us the money you owe us for HS2, you bellends. My comment directly above. Let me have a look. Above it. It's not directly above it for me. I think it may have gone through the filtering. Will Plaid recreate Yanto Shrine? That's the question we all need to be asking, yes. I don't think it's come through. You're right to put it again, Pantinal Jag. Yeah, that's new control. So that's a new council that the Greens have gained, it looks like then. Very exciting. Oh, there's been a new Labour person asking for Starmer to resign. This time, the 6th Labour MP, Simon Offer, has become the 6th Labour MP to call for Keir Starmer to resign. The public has spoken. I think we need to change our leader. If we go into the next election with him, we'll just get slaughtered. Ouch. Brutal, but not untrue. Like, look, it's been a catastrophic day for them. I think the Welsh result is really the cherry on top. Like, we all knew that the locals were going to be bad. But I think the Welsh result in particular is the one that's really kind of put the nail in the coffin, I think. Like, it is not common for... well, it's not even not common, it's inconceivable that not only that Labour could lose Wales, but lose it this badly. Do you think it's a blip election because Labour are doing so badly and Labour will recover, or will Plaid become the Welsh SNP in terms of sustained success dominance? I think it really depends on the Plaid Cymru's performance. I think that so long as Labour are in power, because if you think about it, Labour are going to be in power for at least another 3 years. The next Senedd election is 2031 after this, I believe. So the memory of not Welsh Labour, general Labour, will still be fresh in people's minds, which I think would make a Labour rebound less likely. The concern I would have would be if Plaid don't govern well and then Reform make gains on the back of that. That would be the concern I have. Wait, is there a second Lib Dem? Because I know it was Jane Dodds, but I didn't know there was another one. first over in control, very promising. Other Green gains to look forward would be Sheffield and Bradford. I remember they were both second Greens in the last general election. How many councils are left to declare in England? It's about, I'm trying to do maths, 836, 140, 44 councils are left to declare. The Greens are about to reach the 300 number of councils, not in terms of games, but just in terms of overall, and I should say councillors to clarify as well. Have they put yes, there we go, the one Green Gain council that has just come through there, which one was it again? Was it Bristol? Where was it? I can't remember now, it's gone. Where's it gone? Wait, no, I think it was, scroll down. It was Norwich, sorry, it was Norwich. I don't know why I thought it was Bristol. Norwich. The Greens have gained Norwich from Labour, Norwich City Council from Labour. So there you go, that's the first full council gain of Greens of the day. Very, very interesting stuff. How are we looking on the Welsh picture? Are any other counts underway? I don't think so yet. I thought the Lib Dem that got in was Jane Dodds, or was there another one? Because it's still only showing one Lib Dem MS for me. I wouldn't count on support from Labour. I mean, that is true, yeah. I think the main thing for me is that Reform can't claim to be the government in waiting. They can't claim to be the most popular because they aren't, which is the crucial thing I wanted. What I didn't want to happen is Reform to do slightly better than Plaid, but because of proportional representation, Plaid still ended up forming a government. Because then what that would have led to is effectively them saying, we should have been in government, which would have just been annoying for the next 4 years. But Plaid winning decisively puts a stop to that happening, which is what I wanted. Well, Reform won't include Simon yeah. If they get Tower Hamlets mayoralty, then they will have achieved their primary targets. Swansea has been declared, and Mike Hedges has kept his seat for F's sake, aka the Welsh Labour senile Trump fan. Oh God! Oh no, that's sad. Why is it Swansea not come up on why is it not? You can really see though, if you want to look at a better representation of the Parliament, the Parliament is beginning to take shape. The Welsh Parliament. Not much left to go there now. Scotland is obviously also still chugging along, still with awaiting 62 results. 12 results left for Wales. So yeah, we will see how it goes. Doesn't mean they won't claim that though. That is true. They'll try and claim it, but I think it's harder to claim if Plaid wins. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm the only Reform supporter here. Probably, I'll be honest, you're on the wrong channel, but listen, you're more than welcome. But just be aware that you're probably in the minority on this channel. Just bear that in mind. But listen, as long as you're respectful, you know, fair enough. 2 regions left in Cymru, yeah. So that's, yeah, so two regions, 6 seats in each, yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, be interesting. I mean, you got to say it. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to deny that Reform have had a very, very good set of election results. You can't deny it. It's just, that's just true. That's just true. I think definitely their weakest area, obviously, has been Scotland, but I think that was to be expected. Wales, they've done well, but perhaps not quite as well as some of the polls were suggesting. I remember some polls even putting Reform in ahead early on, or at least level to Plaid. And then obviously in England, they have just absolutely swept the board. Really, it's hard to really describe it as anything else other than a bit of a massacre, really. But obviously the Greens have also done incredibly well in England as well. Plaid took 3 seats in Abertawe, Swansea versus Gower Swansea versus Reform's 2 seats. The most recent had Reform with a 5% lead. So yeah, exactly. That's what I meant by when I said I think that the Reform lead may have been overstated slightly. Do you support or oppose English devolution as a concept? I support it in principle. Yeah. I would. The thing is, a lot of people always say, well, England doesn't have its own government, so if anything, you guys have more than we do. And I'm like, it's not our fault you don't have your own government. By all means, have a devolved one from Westminster, sure. Don't see why not. But it's not a reason to be like, oh, well, therefore, you get what you get is good enough. Do you know what I mean? You could do both, At least that's how I see it, anyway. How are the results looking at the moment? The Conservatives have held on to their Croydon mayoralty, with Reform in a distant 4th, actually, which is very interesting for a Conservative seat. Conservatives, 30%, down 4%, 30.7%. Labour, 29.7%, down 3%. Greens, 16.6%, up 10%. Reform, 12%, 12.4%, up 12.4%, because they were here before. And Lib Dem, 6.7%, down 3.7%. So there you go. They've held on to Croydon's mayoralty. Just trying to see if there's any other big news. Well, there's just been a new post coming out on the Politics UK account, which usually means the new results. Okay, it's just the results as of 5:30. Okay, yeah, they have gone up a bit. So Reform on 1,044, Lib Dems up obviously about 1,042. Lib Dems 625 up 64. Labour 564 down 814. Conservatives 500 down 455. Greens 271 up 183, and other down 15. In terms of seats left, I thought it was more seats than that. I thought it was over 5,000. Maybe I'm misremembering. But we still got about, I think, if my maths is right, just under 2,000 to go. So yeah, interesting stuff. Looking very interesting. It's about what I expected, I think, across the board. Imagine if us English started a party like the SNP or Plaid, probably call us racist. I mean, the BNP was racist. I don't know what to tell you about that. As for you guys having an England first, like an English nationalist party in the same way as the SNP and Plaid, I mean, you could, but the difference is that, most of the parties already prioritise you anyway, so I'm not really sure what the appeal would be, but you do you, I guess. I don't, because it would absolutely be dominated by Reform. In what context would that be? English devolution. I see. I think Cornwall should be the 5th nation of the UK, as they're Celtic and have their own language. That is true. Yeah, we ain't doing BNP revisionism, I'm afraid. That's not happening. Even Farage said the BNP were racist. Like, jeez. This is why you're getting bad. Mate, I didn't vote for Labour. I didn't vote for Green. I voted for Plaid. And I wouldn't say we're getting battered right about now. I'd say we're about to take the Senedd, mate. So, careful not to let the Reform mouth pieces take over your chat. Yeah, if they do too much, I'll take care of that. So long as you're respectful was the operative phrase, I believe it was. So far, not too bad, although saying the BNP wasn't racist is insane. I wonder how many Reform MSs will actually turn up to the Senedd. That's a good point. They don't exactly have the best attendance track record, do they, Reform's lot? Half of them probably don't even know where Wales is, to be fair. I'm joking. A little bit. I'm not seeing much more in terms of major stuff going on. Unless anyone else is aware of them. They accidentally wander into Cardiff Bay thinking it's the Chamber. Yeah. Where is Wales? What is that? I didn't know there was an animal that was a country. Like, is it inside a whale like that bit in Pinocchio? What's going on? If Reform in an area, does that mean they're in charge of that area? I don't believe so. I don't actually know how it works fully. Someone will have to clarify, because they'll probably be better at clarifying. Flint Wrexham is declaring, so I will tune into that.
Gan bod sedd yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Flint Wrexham wedi adduranu I ymgeiswyr unigol ar ymgeiswyr rhestr plaid canlynol. Therefore, I declare that the following individual candidates and party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Flint Wrexham constituency. Reform UK, Christiana Emsley. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Carrie Harper. Reform UK, Nigel Williams. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Mark Jones. Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservatives, Sam Rowlands. Welsh Labour, Plaid Lafur, Ken Skates.
Interesting split.
Okay, two Reform, two Plaid, one Conservative, and Ken Skates. Laura, just did he sneaks in there, doesn't he?
There we go. So, hang on. What's the updated result there? So if we add those two in, Wales, 39. No party has a majority. Okay, so no party will get a majority. That's about expected, but I don't think it'll matter too much. I don't think. Still 6 seats left to declare. But, like, obviously, yeah, it was unlikely that any of them were going to get a majority. But I will take that. So long as Plaid win and Reform can't claim to have won, that's what. To a limited degree, county councils allocate budgets and most are cash-strapped. Home Secretary dictates a lot of what may go down in house building, etc. The final region is expected to be applied stronghold. Interesting. So that could see, let's have a look where we're at. That could see Plaid going over the edge to, what's the word I'm looking for? To like obviously over 40 seat mark, obviously, which would be a very good result. I would take, I mean, obviously, if it's a stronghold, let's say they get 3, that would be 42. 3 of the 6, that would be 42, which would be pretty good. That wouldn't be that far off the majority, especially like with obviously, you know, Green and Labour support. So I mean, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest. Yeah, no, just because they have the most seats doesn't necessarily mean they're in charge of the council now. It's in Y for Gymraeg, which is Plaid's historic Welsh-speaking stronghold region. Okay, interesting that that's last. So that could just, like, that could actually maybe do even better than I'm expecting then. Has there been any that have given Plaid 4? Has there been any that Plaid have come, like, with 4 seats? Let me have a look on the map. Go to Wales. I don't think so. Don't think there has been, no. No, they've always got at least 3. Well, they've always got at least 3. The max they've got on is 3, I should say. But this could be the one that changes that, perhaps, who knows? But even if not, 3 would still mean, as I said, 42. So we're looking at 42, 43 seats in the end, presuming everything goes as expected. Interesting stuff. Not a bad result, by any means. Could Labour govern... Not Labour, sorry. Could... not Labour, definitely not Labour, not anymore. Could Plaid govern as a minority? Let's just see if there's anything else major going on outside in the rest of the UK. The BBC News has Matt GPT on to give his ChatGPT hot take. Lol. Very funny. Very, very funny. Oh, Matt Goodwin. Oh, you're a funny man. You're a funny man, Matt Goodwin. Good lord. Obviously, this is showing the reform balance, but if you look, this is in Thurrock, Labour, Conservative, Reform. That is insane. That, I mean, like, the thing is, they have done well. You can't really ignore that, you know. They could, if they are the largest party and had no agreement cross-party, it would still require full majority votes, so assistance from other parties. Okay. With a basic confidence and supply agreement, yes. Okay. His name is Matt Badley, it's true. I do like Matt GPT, though. That's good. Doesn't have to be a formal coalition. Okay. I'll take a confidence and supply agreement. I'll take that. Thurrock is deeply Tory, said to be respected. Expected. Reform have done a spectacular job to replace the Tories. Got to give them that. Yeah. The Tories are basically, in vast ways of the country, entirely irrelevant now. Which has been true for a while. Like, that has been the mounting case for a considerable amount of time. But, has definitely been cemented through these results, certainly. As long as Plaid get at least 43 seats, they can govern as a minority, as that's more than Reform plus Conservative. Cool. Labour MP Annalise Midley says the results are beyond our worst expectations and it was a mistake to block Burnham. Let's take a listen.
Truly devastating, unless that...
Hang on, let me go back.
Annalise Midgley, she's the Labour MP for Knowsley. Let me tell what she said. She actually said it's The Guardian, but she says the results here are beyond our worst expectations. Truly devastating. Unless that changes significantly and it's quickly it's clear the PM can't lead us into another election. It was a mistake to block Andy Burnham in Gorton and Denton. And if that situation arises, he should not be blocked again. So we have a second important Labour MP. Why is she important? She worked in Keir Starmer's office. She worked at Unite, the union. She worked at Labour HQ. She is a mover and shaker at the heart of the Labour movement with an awful lot of connections and the ability to bring people with her. She's one of the big beasts behind the Hillsborough law, for instance. And so when somebody like that, not a big public profile, not somebody who comes on the TV a great deal, but behind the scenes is one of those traditional old-style Labour fixers, is going, we want a timetable, and Lou Hague, from the same wing of the party, is doing the same. I'm sniffing these leaders within the Labour Party breaking cover actually matters.
Yeah. I think if there's one thing we all know, it's that Labour is screwed. Like Labour is screwed, or at least Starmer is screwed, certainly. And if Labour don't change direction, then they are screwed as well. I think that's pretty much nailed on. There's going to be the Question Time post-election programme. Oh my god, there's everyone on it. Piers Morgan managed to slip in somehow. Don't know whether we needed him as well, because it's already a pretty stacked list, but you've got Kevin Hollinrake for the Conservatives, Peter Carr for Labour, Robert Jenrick for Reform UK, Dave Dugan for the SNP, Liz Saville-Roberts for the Plaid Cymru, Rachel Millwood for the Green Party, Josh Barber Indy, I think it is, for the Liberal Democrats, and Piers Morgan, he's just a broadcaster. He's just there. I can't see Starmer lasting till next year. I really don't see a scenario where Starmer lasts much longer. Like, he's going to try. Thing is, he's going to try and hold on with everything he has. But I don't see how it's sustainable. I don't think we ever need to hear from Piers, true. I will say, Piers did give me one of the funniest moments. I regret not covering it on the channel, to be honest. Which was the... what's his name? Is it Russell Brand? Is that his name? The guy who's, like, obviously was an actor and got done for being dodgy, shall we say, and was flicking through Bible verses, being like, I just need to find the right one, I think he'll hold on until they can even install streeting or fully sabotage Burnham as leader. Yeah, the thing is, I do think streeting is the only one that could make it worse for Labour. Like, I think he's the only one that would be worse than Starmer. I think anyone else would be an improvement, but streeting would probably be the only one. Greens just won Waltham Forest in London off Labour. Could be the start of the Greens' victories in London. Is that a council or is that a seat? Yeah, no, this isn't a council election, Nathan. This is the Senedd election. So it doesn't affect councils. It affects... It's kind of like the equivalent of, like, you know, obviously how Westminster has MPs, but then you have local councillors. It's the same basic thing. So that is a council, yeah, wow. So that's the second Green council that they've won. Interesting. Let's have a look at the results at the moment. Let's have a look at the scores on the doors, as they would say in the bingo. Obviously, same as ever in Wales at the moment. Obviously, we're just waiting on that last declaration. The Greens have now gone past 323 seats. And as you said, let me get it up. I don't think it's actually shown their second council. It's not updated yet to show the second one. But it's interesting, right? Because we all, you know, there is this massive talk about the massive reform gains. And don't get me wrong, they have gained massively. But that is still 6 councils, which is, you know, a good result. But the Greens are going to potentially gain 2 or 3, which is, you know, obviously it's half technically what Reform's done, but that's still a very good result for them as well. I'd like Darren Jones to be here, so yes, he's Labour right, but he's pretty good at messaging. I don't have that strong an opinion on him, to be honest. What's he do? Does he have a role in Cabinet at the moment? He probably does. I know the face and the name, I just can't place... Is he just an MP, or is he like a Cabinet Minister? I can't remember. My brain's all scrabbled from being live for so long. I've been live for nearly coming up on 4 hours now. The latest poll for remaining constituency, Gwynedd, has plied on a whopping 49%. What's the best case? How many seats would Plaid win in a best case in this? I'm guessing 4 would be best case scenario, with 3 being more likely, I'm guessing. Most of London hasn't been counted yet, so I'm still counting. I still think, yeah, the Greens will get a couple more gains. Best case is 4, I think. Okay. Chief Sec and to PM and Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Okay, thank you. Darren Jones explained away Starmer's guilt in the Mandelson appointment. I think that's the issue with a lot of the appointees that they could make for Prime Minister, or, you know, leader of the Labour Party and de facto Prime Minister, is that, like, they're all so closely associated. That's why someone like Burnham would be better, because he doesn't have as much baggage, you know what I mean? Whereas someone like a Darren Jones, or even to a certain extent Angela Rayner, despite obviously kind of being on her own now. The Greens won 32 seats on Waltham Forest. Wow. Thanks for covering this. Keep up the good work. You know what? I've really enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed doing this. It's a shame that elections aren't that often, because I've really enjoyed covering this. I'm just waiting on that final Welsh result now. It shouldn't be too long away. But my overall feeling is I'm pretty happy. At least, you know, as a Welsh guy, I'm pretty happy. You know, I will take that. And I mean, Scotland, as ever, is just, you know, doing its own thing. England, massive gains for Reform, but also some substantial gains for the Greens as well. I think the main takeaways for me are the two-party system as we have known it throughout our lives is over. Like, you know, it is no longer a case of Conservatives and Labour. It is a case where the fracturing has truly come now. Especially when you factor in the nationalist parties into that as well. You know, it makes you wonder, like, how we could realistically be in a situation where it goes back to Tories and Labour ever again. It may well be that a new two-party system reasserts itself with maybe Reform and the Greens as the two parties, but it's unlikely to be them. Maybe you should cover in 2028 when my area has local elections. Low-key dreading it because I'm in a deindustrialized working class town. Lol. Yeah, obviously those are obviously where Reform make the most gains. We will see. Yeah, I will definitely. Next year we have the Welsh Council elections and the Northern Irish Stormont election. Okay. Who did your constituency vote for, Tharies? It voted for Plaid. Very overwhelmingly, actually. Reform only got one MS. It was kind of, I think it was one of Plaid's strongest showings, if I'm not mistaken. Let me have a look. Let me go back down to not England, Wales. Very important distinction. Where is it gone? Caerdydd, Finon, Taff. This is mine. So you can see here, we got 3 Plaid Cymru MSs, 1 Reform UK MS, 1 Labour, and 1 Green. So probably one of the most left-leaning constituencies in the country. So I will take that. Very, very much so. What I was going to tell this story as well, actually. When I was going to vote, I noticed, I think I mentioned this in the previous video, a lot of Labour canvassers like on patrol in my street, because it seemed to me that they were scared about losing this area because it has, I think, been a Labour heartland for a while. So for them to lose that badly is it's not good. Yeah, not really covering it at the moment. I will be hopping over to Novara now, but I have been watching most of the stream. Appreciate your work, mate. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for coming by, and thank you to everyone for coming by. I have thoroughly enjoyed doing this. Yeah, the fact that we've had like 50 viewers pretty consistently on a channel that's brand new, I will take. That is very good. This is an interesting question. Do you consider yourself a natural Plaid voter, i.e. support Welsh independence, Welsh nationalism, or dissatisfied with Labour and the other parties on the left, so went with Plaid? I'd say I'm more the former, but I would, because I do believe in Welsh independence, and I probably would say that I like Wales as a nation, and I think we deserve better, and we can do well. But I think as well, at the same time, I wouldn't be opposed to voting like a Green or a Labour if it came to it, if I felt that it was, the policies were right. That makes, I'm not tribal in that sense. They're just the most likely to align with my values, especially because as well, like the Greens are also pro-independence. So it's kind of like, but it's worth saying that the 2 times I voted, which was the 2024 general election and now, because obviously I'm at 22, the Greens weren't really a factor in 2024. I'm just trying to see if there's any other major drops. I'm not seeing many other major ones at the moment. Well, this was a quote from a Labour MP as of 50 minutes ago. Labour is fucking fucked. Which I think maybe sums up the mood over there for London. Well... Plaid majority in both Swansea and Cardiff. Way, something we can agree on, it seems. The old South Wales derby. There you go. That MP definitely understating it. Have the results been called for Gwynedd Maldwyn? I don't think they have. If they have, I haven't seen them. I'll double check. No, I don't believe they have. I'm assuming someone would let me know as soon as they are, because I need to know. But no, I don't believe they have yet. That's kind of what I'm just waiting on now. Because like after that, I mean, obviously I'd like to see a couple more of the London results as well. That would be good to see. It's worth saying as well that the main reason that the Labour vote was squeezed wasn't because of Labour voters going to Reform, but in most cases, Labour voters going to the Greens and then basically making it so that like Labour don't have enough and then Reform get in. So it's worth saying as well that like I think it would be a mistake for Labour to take the lesson that they need to go further right, because it would be very easy for them to take that lesson given Reform's success. But if you actually look at where Labour's downfall is coming from, it's much more coming from the Greens than it is from Reform. I think I've just seen a new post from Politics UK, so I'm just going to quickly... The cabinet ministers are now rallying around Keir Starmer as more MPs call for him to resign. The British public don't want to hear about timelines, backroom deals and navel-gazing. Steve Reed. Liz Candle. He's not going to go and he's not going to set a timetable. People want us focused on the jobs of the future, not our jobs and our future. Peter Kyle. Reversing these results require a collective effort, not just blaming the boss. We can't do that by turning in on ourselves. We do it by rebuilding faith in Labour's ability to inspire and lead our country. Losing our Prime Minister is the very opposite of that. Mike Tapp, Minister but not Cabinet. The Tories wrecked the country in large part due to constant churn in Prime Ministers. We owe it to our constituents to not do the same. Guys, it's over. I'm sorry. It's over. Like, why is it about Starmer that they're so committed to keeping? He's not popular. I guess the difficulty is, like I've said, that like there isn't really an obvious person to succeed him, but like when would you have ditched Starmer / the opportune time to go? To be honest, I probably would have done it around the time of like the Mandelson stuff. I probably would have done it before the locals, if I'm honest. That might have at least curtailed some of the Gwyneth is declaring, hang on. I will come back to your question momentarily.
Of the vulnerable people in Wales being penalised.
You know, it's interesting you're saying about the economy, with my former business correspondent hat on here. I'm not sure anyone has really given a kind of cohesive vision of the Welsh economy since Brexit, actually. You know, in terms of... we have got...
Oh, here we go.
Our final declaration. I'm going to take you to the big screen. Because it is Gwynedd Maldwyn, because I think it is worth it, a sense of occasion. We've rattled through nearly all of the 16 constituencies. And let's go to Caernarfon and listen in now.
Mae yna dros 100 bod yma yn cyfri, mae yna dros 700 bod yn gweithio ar etholiad dros y ddeuddydd dwytha. My appreciation and thanks to all the staff who've been working today and over the last couple of days. Awn ni symud ymlaen felly at yr datganiad. We'll move on to the declaration.
Yes.
Rwy fi, David Gibbard, swyddog canlyniadau ar gyfer etholaeth Gwynedd Maldwyn, yn datgan fod y nifer pleidleisiau a gofnodwyd ar gyfer pob plaid wleidyddol ac ymgeisydd fel y ganlyn. I, David Gibbard, returning officer for the Gwynedd Maldwyn constituency, declare that the number of votes recorded for each political party and individual candidate is as follows. Cydwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservatives, 5-6-5 dim, 5-6-5-0. Gwlad Gall Cymru fod yn well, Gwlad Wales can be better, 7-6-7. Heritage Party, Plaid Tyrtadaeth, 2-4 dim, 2-4-0. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 3-6 dim 8-7.
36,000.
3-6-0-8-7. Plaid Werdd, Green Party 4-9-0 4090. Reform UK 2267 22667.
A lot less. Yeah, a lot less.
Welsh Labour Llafur Cymru 4466.
So 4,466. Yeah.
Welsh Liberal Democrats Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru 4554 4554. Russell George 2862 2862. Monty Kennard Annibynnol Independents 357 307. Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau dilys a ddwrhyd oedd the total number of valid cast votes were 8169 81690. Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a wrthodwyd oedd the total number of ballot papers rejected was 199. Felly, rwy'n datgan fod sedd yn y Senedd...
I think we can see the result, but I'll let it play out.
...wedi dyrannu i'r ymgeiswyr rhestr plaid canlynol. Therefore, I declare that the following party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Gwynedd Maldon constituency. Sedd 1, seat 1, Plaid Cymru, Party of Wales, Sian Gwenllian.
There we go. That's one.
Sedd 2, seat 2, Reform UK, Andrew Charles Griffin. Sedd 3, seat 3, Plaid Cymru, Party of Wales, Mabon ap Gwynfor. Sedd 4, Plaid Cymru, Party of Wales, Becca Brown.
There we go. So that's 3. I don't think it might be a 4th actually, I don't know.
Sedd 5, Reform UK, Claire Victoria Johnson Wood.
No, it is a 4th, isn't it? Because the numbers.
Sedd 6, seat 6, Plaid Cymru, Party of Wales, Elwyn Vaughan.
There we go. So yeah, that's it. That's all she wrote.
There we go. So the results:
we have
Maldwyn 4 from Plaid Cymru, 2 from Reform.
Shut up, BBC. We have a Plaid Cymru government in Wales, a government change for the first time in history. Not even exaggerating, the first time in history. Now, the interesting thing will be what sort of agreements are reached. I would say it's enough now, I think, for it to be a confidence of supply agreement, which is probably what will happen. To be honest, I'm surprised they did as well as they did. I was expecting maybe it to be a bit further away from majority status than that, but only 6 seats off is probably about as good as I could hope for. 2 Greens as well, making their entry into the Senedd. Reform obviously still doing very, very well, but perhaps slightly underperforming some of the expectations. But I will take that. You know what? I will take that. That is... yeah, I ain't Labour, but they beat Reform by 9 seats, which is very good. I will very much take that to the bank. I'm very, very much pleased with that. I'm just going to make a quick tweet. I'm going to make a quick tweet. I'm going to add my favourite account on Twitter. Actually, no, I'm going to do one better, actually. Screw that. I got a better idea. 1 second. Let me get it. Hold on. I can't find it. That's annoying. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? I know what I'm looking for. Where's it gone? Oh, that's so annoying. Hold on. Aha, here we go. There it is. I found it. Took me a second. Oh yes, this is what I wanted. This is what I want to post. Hold on. Here we go. Ah, there it is. Sorry, it took me a second to find it. There we go. There we go. Lovely stuff. Well done to Plaid. I'm very happy with that. I mean, objectively, Plaid did beat Reform. Because Plaid wasn't in power either. So objectively, they did. Sorry. The Telegraph is furious, Plaid one. Can you send me a link, perchance, of the Telegraph's report? Hardly a surprise with Goodison's made a lot of wobble and Goodison. You know, I agree. Beating isn't just about kicking someone out. Government reform wanted to rule Wales. Plaid made sure they didn't, so Plaid did beat them. Yeah, exactly. And it wasn't like a narrow victory either, or like a tie. It was a decisive victory. I do think that this election, this Welsh election, is vitally important because it represents the future of the UK potentially. The proof that if you actually do have a left-wing party that is actually progressive and actually believes in things, you could actually win. Lovely stuff. I'm very, very happy with that. Elsewhere, let's check in on what's going on in London. I saw a good report about the Greens' gain of a council, I think from Sky. I can't find it now. There we go. Hang on, I think I'm getting there. Here we go, yeah. Waltham Forest had no Green councillors until today. Not one. Now they have majority control of the council. That's insane. That's an insane gain for the Greens. It has to be said.
Waltham Forest, so this is kind of outer northeast London, it's gone green from Labour. It's been Labour since 2010. It used to be an old Labour Conservative battleground. Well, now the Greens have won it. They picked up 31 seats on that council, all directly from Labour. They're down 31. There's been no change at all on the Conservative vote. So that is the purest example that you'll see of the Greens taking support directly from the Labour Party. Waltham Forest.
That's insane. It proves the point. The shift to the right has failed. The shift to the right has failed. That's the big takeaway for Labour is it doesn't work. You're never going to convince Reform voters to vote Labour. You're never going to convince them. decisive victory was my biggest wish. Glad we got it. Yeah, obviously, would it have been fantastic if it was a majority? Of course, but I will absolutely take that as a result. Interestingly, I was surprised about that with the Guerrero Swansea sort of area that it went for 3 Plaid, but I was very happy to see it. I think maybe just that there was a level to which even if you are English, you just don't like reform. You know what I mean? I think that's also a fair thing. I think a lot of people do find reform a bit too extreme. I think. Never in history has a general election win been so misunderstood. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean in terms of why they won, or do you mean in terms of like... Who celebrated here from Gwynedd Maldon. Thank you so much, Thomas. It's been really great watching your coverage. Well, thank you very much. I'm waiting on a couple of more results in England. How many more have we got left? We've got 34 councils left to declare. Oh yeah, the Greens have gone up a little bit as well. You can see here, Reform have gained nearly 1,100 councils, and Labour almost lost 1,000. Lib Dems up 88. Conservatives down 462, and Greens up nearly 250. The Holyrood, the Scottish Parliament is still where it was. I think. I don't think it's gone anywhere yet. I think they're probably because of the electoral system you guys have. I think. Current council changes as they stand are Labour on 21, Lib Dem on 13, Conservative on 8, Reform on 7, Green on 2, no majority on 49, which is still insane to me. But I guess it also shows how big that Labour won in 2022, was it? That like they lost 20 councils and still held 21, you know what I mean? Like that shows how many they had to lose. Yeah, we're still awaiting a lot of the results in places like Barnet, Harrow, Brent, Hounslow, Lambeth, Lewisham, Greenwich. I think a lot of these could be potential green turns potentially, which would be very, very interesting indeed. Certainly. But yes, looking very, very interesting. Oh, thank you, Steph Butler, for the £2 super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate that. The council election in Wales, not England, not England, because this was for seats, not for council. Yeah, so to be clear, Wales is not councils. I'm talking about English councils now, just to make that distinction clear. Watching Greenwich here. My friend is up as a Green candidate, fingers crossed. Oh, well, good luck to him. And thank you again to Steph for the £2. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. This channel is now finally monetized, so I might actually finally see some money from this channel. But that's fine. Basically, 2 years ago, Reform were laughed at and said they would get nowhere in Wales. Reform hoovered up the Labour vote as well as the Tories. You already existed, and now have the Labour left keep. I mean, yeah, like obviously Reform's gain is incredible, but you still lost. Like, I'm not saying you didn't gain well, but you still lost. And you did say you were going to be the largest party, they did keep saying Reform is set to be the largest party in Wales, and you were. So I'm not saying you didn't do well. Calm down. I'm just saying you didn't win. That's okay. Who knows? Maybe you'll win next time, or maybe you'll do such a mess of it that no one votes for you again. It really, it's who knows? Any good news reports going on right now? I want to see the Telegraph. Can anyone link me to the Telegraph? Or a link's not allowed in the chat. I don't know, because I literally just set this up today. I'll just look it up, I think. Hang on. Telegraph is paywalled. There might be a way around that. Let me have a look. Oh, here we go. Hey! First negative article about Plaid Cymru. Didn't take long. I'll see if I can maybe get a way around it. There might be websites to be able to circumvent their paywalling. Hang on. I gotta read this. That's just too funny. Hang on. I don't condone this. However, I am going to do it. And the Telegraph can sue me if they would like, but it's just too funny not to read. Where's it gone? Okay, it just doesn't seem to work. Alright, well maybe I can't do it. Maybe I can't do it. That's unfortunate, but oh well. I thought I could bypass it, but it doesn't look like I can. Well, yeah, their pet project didn't win, so of course they're livid. Of course they are. They'd still do better than I would like, but, they didn't win. I know we didn't win, Wales, but Wales did either way. Reform only wants what's best for Britain. Well, I want what's best for Wales, and what's best for Wales, I think, is to get away from all of you. So that's what I think. And we have just taken the first step. The irony of calling Plaid Cymru amateur, Reform can't run a piss up in a brewery. Exactly. Exactly. I'm just trying to see if there's any updates on the big green results. But I'm not seeing them at the moment. If there isn't any major ones in the next half an hour, I may leave, just because it's been, for me now, it has been 4 hours streaming. And I got the main one I wanted, which is Plaid Government. I mean, historically, if Wales got invaded from anywhere, it was England. If you really want to go down that route. But look, I'm so glad Plaid did well, bit of relief. I knew my constituency were going to vote Plaid. Ceredigion-Penfro, but I was nervous about how well Plaid would do in other areas. Yeah, no, I'm the same. I think they do have council elections in a couple of years. Yeah, I think they do, Nathan, yeah. I did see that the Greens got a... Wait, was it on top of... Wait, I thought I did cover that they got a third council. Maybe I didn't. Did I not? Maybe not. Where was the third council? Going ahead off now, but I enjoyed that. Thanks for that, Darius. And thanks to everyone in chat. But thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. Reform just won Gated. Okay. Gateshead. 38 councillors. Okay, cool. Cool. Can I go to general BBC News now? Not BBC Wales News? Because I think I'm stuck on Wales, but I want like general news.
For his position, and so needs time to return to Westminster. In response tonight, ministers falling over themselves on social media to say the Prime Minister should stay put.
Chris Mason, thank you. A quick look at the weather. Darren Betts here.
Okay, now that's just general news.
Sophie, I want just we've had a scattering English, of heavy showers I'm in Wales, so it's difficult today, but
that's annoying.
Ireland, and over the weekend,
Okay. Well, okay, there is election parts. Okay, there's an election show starting in a minute, so once the weather's done, so I'll check in with that. Best wishes for the child, Thomas, for Ireland, and congrats to you and the fine people of Wales. This has been one of the most enjoyable election lives in years, I know. It's nice to have one that isn't being depressing. I remember seeing up for the American results, so that was rather sad. I'm going to celebrate with a cider. Fair enough. I'm trying to see where the other council was. I thought I covered it, but maybe I didn't. Performing Barnsley with 37 councillors. I'm trying to like get the live coverage results, but annoyingly, I think it should come on now. Hang on.
Where you will see behind the podium Rhena Pyorwerth, the leader of Plaid Cymru, who is celebrating with his supporters a historic night for the Welsh nationalists. Let's listen.
Of Wales, in order that we can serve the people of Wales, and of course that means all of the people, regardless of how they voted in this election. We have won because we represent hope over division, credibility over chaos, and progress over stagnation. Mae pobl Cymru wedi dewis gobaith. Mae nhw wedi dewis hyder, ac mae nhw wedi dewis arweinyddiaeth newydd am y tro cyntaf yn hanes ein democratiaeth ifanc. Ond wrth i'r stori newydd yma gael ei sgwennu.
So, Rhena Pyorwerth in Llandudno with his supporters. We'll continue to watch that because he is alternating between Welsh and English. Welcome if you are just joining us. We've still a lot to come tonight. Important declarations in these next few hours across London, in the 32 boroughs here in the capital. The picture still forming there in Wales.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on. I'm waiting on
London, in Scotland. Basically. So we will take you to all these counts as they come in. And if you are just joining us, let me give you some of the other main headlines so far. It's been an extremely difficult day for Labour right across England. They have lost over half of the seats that they've been trying to defend. This is the scoreboard as it stands. Reform up over 1,000 seats, with around 50% of the seats currently declared. Among the losses for Labour, the city of Preston, Blackburn and Darwin, Exeter, Hartlepool, Tamworth, Tameside, Southampton. The party is seeing its worst results in Manchester for 60 years. Birmingham, England's largest council, is no overall control, with Labour seats going everywhere, to Reform, to Greens, to the Lib Dems, the Tories and the Independents. What a story in Wales. Once the heart and soul of the party, Bevan, Griffiths, Kinnock, these were the leading lights of the Labour movement, and yet tonight the results show the party that has ruled since devolution will be reduced to just 9 of the 96 seats in the Senate.
Insane result, lower than projections. It was 10, I think, so they've got down one.
The Welsh First Minister, Eluned Morgan, has failed to get elected to the Senate. She just stood down as the Labour leader. She makes history, becoming the first leader of a government in the UK to lose a seat while in office.
That's brutal. That's just brutal.
It is only marginally better for the Conservatives. Their vote share is on average down 11 points. They're losing around 2 in 5 of the seats that they were contesting. They were decimated in Essex, where the party leader Kemi Badenoch has her Westminster seat. They lost control there to Reform, who gained 52 seats. The Tories lost 41. Same story in Suffolk, where Reform picked up 41. 40 of them a straight pick-up from the Conservatives. No doubt, Reform and Nigel Farage, the big winners in England, Scotland and Wales. They've already gained well over 1,000 seats. But it also looks good for the Greens. Their average, 17% share. That's up about 8 points on average compared to 2022. Hackney and Lewisham have elected Green mayors, marking the first directly elected mayors for the party. They've also won 2 councils, Norwich and Waltham Forest, and they won their first constituency seats in the Scottish and Welsh parliaments. It's steady progress for the Lib Dems, still building. This is their 8th consecutive year of gains in English local authorities, but it's a mixed picture. They've made a modest net gain of just over 90 seats, and the vote share on average down by 4 since 2022. And in the Scottish election, they lost the Shetland Islands. Last time they were represented by anyone other than the Liberals or the Liberal Democrats, 1950.
Wow.
It does look likely, as we've just been discussing, that the Nationalist Plaid Cymru in Wales and the SNP in Scotland will be in power. Let me show you then quickly the BBC projection for Scotland.
Okay, here we go.
This is for the constituency seats, remember, of which there are 73.
What's the required for majority? 65, isn't it? 65.
3 of them, well, we think 63 on the bigger end of the scale are going to go to the SNP. That would mean the SNP returning for a 5th consecutive term in office. That's quite remarkable, isn't it? And then there are, on top of all this that you're looking at, 56 seats that come from the regional party lists under the additional member system. Vote share, though, for the SNP down on 2021, which I think will be part of the conversation. We've just seen Rhena Biorath there in Llandudno, so let me show you Plaid. This is the picture there. They will be the biggest party. They have won, we think, 43 seats, 6 short of a majority, 49 the majority. Reform has won 34. They are the second biggest party, unlikely to be in power. Confirmation of Labour's collapse there, just 9 seats. Extraordinary stuff.
Only just more than the Conservatives.
Our correspondent, Howell Griffith, who is in Cardiff. Not just a seismic structural shift in everything to do with the Senedd behind you, Howell, but also an enormous political shift.
Absolutely, it's a result that shakes this place to its very foundations.
Rhena Biorath, our new First Minister, baby! I will take that! More to celebrate. I see you've passed 4K subscribers, have I? I don't think I have. I passed 2K. You got me a bit excited then, Steve, but thank you. Thank you. Basically, the union is under threat. 2 walls needed. Good luck. Good luck getting your water then. I'm very happy. I'm just, yeah, like I said, I'm just waiting on a couple of the the Green results basically, but most of what I wanted to see was done. I think we've known this, but Waltham Forest has been lost by Labour to the Greens, and not even close either. 32 gain for the Greens, 33 loss to Labour. Basically, all of the losses coming from Labour. Oh, the Sinn Féin leader has made a statement. I've contacted SNP leader John Swinney and Plaid Cymru leader Rhys Iorwerth to congratulate them on their enormous mandates. For the first time ever, there could be 3 pro-independence First Ministers across these islands. More and more people are looking towards a future beyond the constraints of the Union. I look forward to building the friendship between the people of our nations and to work closely with both John and Rhys in the time ahead. Yeah, I mean, it's a big moment for that. You know, it's a big moment for like just the possibility of independence of these nations. Like, it's obviously, I don't think it'll happen anytime soon. But it's still a very good indicator of things that could well come. Wales had a 51% turnout. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's apparently the highest turnout for the Senedd ever, apparently. Scotland still with 0 Reform MPs so far. Yeah, Scotland seems to be a no-go zone for Reform. It doesn't really seem to work for them over there. They do seem to have more salience in Wales, but they did lose. Scotland, they seem to have like no real chance at all. And that's interesting, because if you've ever studied elections previously, what's normally the case is that in order at least for Labour, it's a bit different for the Tories, but in order at least for Labour to form like a majority government, they've often needed to do well in Scotland. This was true of the last election, where they did well in Scotland after years of not doing so well as a result of obviously SNP unpopularity at that time. Obviously, it's very much flipped around now. But I think the fact that Reform basically doesn't really have a snowball's chance in hell of making becoming like a major force in Scotland, I think that could hamper them, to be honest, going forward. Add on to that as well, there is clearly a lot of Wales who is also very resistant to Reform, and it does limit their appeal to just one of the nations. I'll grant the biggest one, but you know, historically, Labour have needed at least both Wales and Scotland, at least put good showings in Scotland to win an election. And that's the other thing, like, I think the general election picture for Labour looks apocalyptic on this result. You know, that Labour heartlands of Wales and much of the north of England are gone. You know, the way we understand them is not bearing out anymore. Remember, no list votes have been done. Yes, important to bear that in mind. Thank you for reminding me. I'm still waiting on Scotland results. I want to see how Scotland bears out in totality, because I will be very curious to see that. Faries, thanks for the big 28th birthday cameo. Great to see you doing well on the new channel, mate. You're a gen. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. you know what? It's kind of weird now because this channel's called Thomas Harry. They're getting used to people calling me Thomas after years of being called Theres, which is funny. But I'm enjoying it. No, I'm really enjoying this channel. It's been a great new creative outlet, especially when Doctor Who, my other love, is not around at the moment. But yes. Yeah, no major results just yet. Labour hold Barkingham Dagenham. Is there much Doctor Who news recently, or has it been pretty quiet for a while now? It's been pretty quiet for a while now. It's why it's one of the reasons. Well, I wanted to do this channel anyway, but the fact that basically nothing Doctor Who has been going on has kind of just given me the perfect excuse. I'm just going to post that image to my Instagram as well. One second. You can tell my energy is kind of beginning to decline now. I'm just waiting to see if there's a couple more results. If there isn't, Barkingham Dagenham was a reform target. Okay, interesting. So they didn't win that. Interesting. Let me have a look at the current... Actually, where was the programme that we were watching?
That do for the cause of Scottish independence? Well, polls suggest it would energise that cause. So perhaps John Swinney's hoping to wait and see. I'm not saying he's hoping for a Reform UK victory, just to be clear, but perhaps that might be useful to him in terms of advancing his cause.
Yeah, and also if Reform takes some of that party list, that will be useful to him too. Just a quick word on Anas Sarwar. We did talk about him at the outset, but there was some question marks about his seat. Is he safe?
So not in the seat, but it was a new constituency that Anas Sarwar was in. We expect him to be returned on the regional list, and to be fair, that's how it works. But I mean, he says his party's hurting. He says it's been a very difficult day. It's been a struggle. Labour have just held one seat that they dearly wanted to cling on to, Christian, which was Dumbarton. Jackie Baillie, they are a stalwart of the party, and the only seat that the Labour Party have held in every election since devolution in 1999.
Wow. James Cole, lovely to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. I think we're about to get a result soon for Caithness, Sutherland and Ross as well, which we think will be an SNP hold, but I'll take you to that as and when we get it. With me is Joe Twyman, co-founder and director of Delta.
Well, in this break, I am going to text my dad because he really wanted Plaid to win. Although I will give you his reaction. Let me do this quickly. How are you feeling about that result? Because he was saying to me, like, I really don't want Nigel in and stuff, so... so we'll find out what he thinks as well. Scotland is cruising while England is. Scotland, yeah, it's fascinating how different Scottish, and to a lesser extent Welsh, politics is from England. Like, if you think about it, Wales has never elected a right-wing government. I mean, there's arguments about Labour, in their current form, but on paper, at least, they've never elected a right-wing government. And obviously, same goes for Scotland. And obviously, the SNP are to the left of Labour, of course, and as are Plaid now, who are getting in. The Tories have only ever actually won in England, despite being the most successful electoral force, probably, like, in history, or one of them. Oh, wow. Andrew Neil challenges Stephen Kinnock, and son of Neil Kinnock, on Labour's expected performance in Wales. The party has already admitted defeat in the election. That's crazy. I'm not a big fan of Andrew Neil, to be clear, but it's an interesting it's an interesting report, so I will put it on.
These results today are what we have to learn. We've got to regroup, reset, rethink. And of course, now in Wales, we're not going to be in government anymore. And
you'd be lucky to have 10 seats.
Yeah,
10 seats, you're reduced to a rump in Wales. What would your father think? What would your father think? Well, these are what the Labour Party has done. Anyway.
We are all deeply disappointed.
No, I got that. Stephen Kinnock, I got that bit. Choco, help me here.
Stephen, I think this is the cope is a little bit insane. Rethink and regroup. You're on 10 seats. That isn't regroup. That's apocalypse. Like, that's
Andrew, and forgive me for saying that the platitudes of we need to go faster, we need to go deeper, we need to do things that we promised to do in a way that people will notice. It all feels too late. And if there is a speech from the Prime Minister on Monday, what is it he could possibly say beyond what we've heard from you that is going to change the dial?
I think it's a counsel of despair to say it all feels too late. I mean,
for you, for Labour.
This is about fighting for the future of our country. This is about showing what we can do when we stand up for what we believe in, such as not getting involved in the Iran adventure. It's about showing what we do when we stand up for workers' rights, when we begin to get some stability into the economy, when we govern as a
it really cannot be understated how apocalyptic this is for Labour. Like the country of Keir Hardie, Nye Bevan, just so many Labour stalwarts, Neil Kinnock, of course, and it's gone, and it's not just gone by a little bit. They've all but been extinct. They've all but gone extinct. I think saying we need to go further, faster, do better, it's not enough. You can't look at that result and think this is just a normal election result. It used to be said that there was no way that they could lose an election in Wales, and they have. Let me have a look at, is there any other results? Out of despair comes life. I like this. This is good. I've been loving all these Wales hype edits in the build-up to this election.
You are the optimist, and if the Welsh people think like you, they will die. I am the pessimist. If they think like me, they will live. I'm the real optimist. Out of despair comes action, comes life. The life will come if we act. If we make that history a weapon, we will live if we act.
I'm so happy. Oh, what a lovely video. I'm so happy. Oh my goodness. I'm tired because I've been here so long, but I cannot express how happy I am. Labour hold on to Sefton. Thank you. Let me have a look at the reporting for now. Let me have a look.
But the Greens and the Lib Dems were hoping to make gains here. In the end, though, Labour has managed to pass that 28 threshold that they needed to get a majority. Just in the last few minutes, they have done that, so they have retained their majority here in Camden Council. But we should say that is, of course, a big drop compared to where they were with 47 before. And also the incumbent Labour leader of the council also lost his seat here to the Greens. And that was something that we saw across the board. The Greens did make some gains. Initially, they had just 1 back in 2022. They were up to 10 so far here today. I should say counting is still ongoing. But so far, the Greens have 10 compared to 1 back in 2022. And also some modest gains for the Lib Dems as well. The Liberal Democrats are up on to 7 compared to 4 back in 2022. Now, also the Conservatives are where they were, 3 back is the same as 2022, and nothing here for Reform. Now, I think this is significant for a number of reasons. You mentioned there this is symbolic. Of course, this is Sir Keir Starmer's backyard. He is a local MP here in the south of the borough. So for that reason, there has been a lot of interest in this particular council, and I think there will be some relief, of course, that they have managed to maintain this council, but at the same time there won't be a lot of celebration with the fact that that is such a reduced majority. And then secondly, I think
there you go. I think for me that's going to be a wrap. I think I've covered most of what I want to cover, but thank you all. I'll probably do a follow-up video once all the results are through. Greens approaching 300 seats gains with more London results to come. They could end up with 500 gains overall. That would be very good. But I'm going to leave it there. Thank you all, and see you soon. Thank you very much. Oh, actually, time to sing the Welsh National Anthem. Do you reckon we've got one? Do you reckon we've got that in us? All right, hang on. That'll be how I end this. That I will end on a sing of the Welsh National Anthem. I will send us off. Hold on. That'll do. I love how old this video is. It's got like the... Has it got the lyrics? I hope it does. It might not actually. Oh, hang on. I need one with lyrics. I know it does. I'll leave it there. Oh, there we go. I will leave it there. Now the Welsh National Anthem's good. Thank you all very much. Bye-bye. Thank you all for watching. Windows Movie Maker is very Windows Movie Maker. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.